benefit cannot be in a vague skill like critical thinking, skills that aren't tied to the particular content that person learnt and the particular experiences that that person had. I can speak to this myself. I enjoy studying both the more humanities-style subjects and more mathematical topics, and I think they have each given me something that I couldn't learn just from studying each of them in isolation. And I think that I got benefits from the humanities that are far broader and far more significant than just training my abstract critical thinking faculties. Adler also points out that this kind of defense simply hasn't worked in the past. Much of Adler's book is a historical study of the Battle of the Classics, a 19th century debate in America over the value of learning Greek and Latin literature at universities. During that debate, a great many defenders of the classics claimed that these subjects were valuable because they taught mental discipline in a way that other subjects could not. But in doing this, they were clearly building their house upon the sand. Firstly, because the empirical evidence just may not come down in favor of this point, and secondly, because it suggests that those subjects are only worth studying insofar as they are an instrument towards other ends. Effectively, this line of argument implies that the humanities or the classics are just tools for training certain mental abilities that will later be used on more interesting stuff. It essentially concedes all the important points of the debate to the other side. As one of the most influential critics of the classics in that time period, Charles Adams Jr., put it, "I suppose I did get some discipline out of that boyish martyrdom. I should have got some discipline out of an equal number of hours spent on a treadmill." We could raise much the same challenge to any skill-based defense of the humanities today. In order for a skill-based defense to work, it seems to me that, at the very least, the following must be true. 1. The humanities must be empirically demonstrated to reliably train critical thinking or mental discipline in its students. 2. It must do this to a far greater extent than any non-humanities subjects. 3. It must do this to a greater extent than a specific class training those skills directly would. In other words, what would be needed would be for someone to reliably demonstrate that the humanities uniquely train certain skills in a way that simply could not be replicated more directly in some other fashion. Now, it is entirely possible that such claims will come to be empirically validated, and if so, we will have a relatively firm foundation against which to justify the humanities. But A, I think it's unlikely that such evidence would arise, and B, even if it does, I think this argument still concedes that the particular content of humanities subjects are basically pointless, and that the humanities are just the necessary busy work to train a skill that for some reason can't be trained sufficiently in any other way. It plays right into the critic of the humanities' hands, because it suggests that in a perfect world, we would just be able to train these skills directly, but that since we're not in such an Edenic educational state, unhappily, we must study the humanities. This might work to persuade someone to reluctantly pick up a book, but I want to aim for something a bit more than this. When I defend the humanities, I want to defend the humanities in a way that communicates why it is that I love engaging with these specific subjects, and in a way that invites others to want to share in that love. For this more ambitious goal, reluctant admission of the sad necessity of studying the humanities for some other end simply will not do. Now, as I said, I do genuinely want to defend the humanities, so I'm not giving this critique because I think that humanities subjects are pointless, or because I think that they don't require critical thinking. Rather, I just agree with Adler that any defense of the humanities must focus on the actual specific content that humanities subjects teach their students. And in order to do this, it's worth asking a pretty obvious but often neglected question. What are the humanities for? 3. What's the point of the humanities? One of my favorite chapters in Adler's book is a kind of brief history of the humanities as a field of study, tracing it from its origins in ancient Roman pedagogy and ending in the present day. I will give a summarized version of his history here, because I think that this history should give us a better understanding of why people even wanted to study these things we call the humanities in the first place, which is a good place to start if we want to figure out how to defend them today. To our knowledge, the first person to use the term studia humanitatis, which is the ancient progenitor of the term humanities, is the late Roman Republican author Cicero, though he was building on earlier Greek pedagogical ideas. Cicero was a lawyer, and he used this term in his defense of a poet named Archias, where, in addition to his straightforward legal defense, he argued that poetry in itself added much to the city of Rome. As Adler puts it, for Cicero, the studia humanitatis and artes liberales, liberal arts, describe a lifelong educational program encompassing a variety of studies appropriate for a person. Such a program, Cicero argued, can serve to instill the crucial quality of humanitas in human beings. Humanitas, according to Adler, is a collection of intellectual and moral virtues, broadly aimed at improving someone's character. We might widely define it as self-betterment or character refinement in our own modern-day terms. Importantly, the fields that Cicero thought this included were a little bit wider than how we define the humanities today. In addition to literature and poetry and philosophy, he included things like geometry and natural science. The idea seemed to be that each of these topics would be drawn together in the overall project of improving someone's character. For our purposes, the specific topics that Cicero is defending isn't that important. There's no reason why, in defense of the humanities, we should not accept that various subjects not classed as humanities are also important for humanistic ends. Additionally, we should note that Cicero conceived this as a lifelong project. rather than something to be studied for a few years and then done away with. Overall, it's just a very different way of viewing education from simply collecting skills or making ourselves more employable, which is how many people think of the educational project today. Adler's history of the humanities then moves from the ancient world to the Renaissance, where ancient Greek and Roman texts were somewhat rediscovered and reappreciated. The Renaissance humanist Petrarch was a great defender of classical works for the sake of personal improvement. As Adler puts it, by learning about the great deeds of ancient Roman heroes in these works, Petrarch thought, he could persevere through the grief and fear that constantly vexed him. Later humanists would carry this general principle forward, and the humanities in this period largely consisted of reading ancient Greek and Roman authors who would invoke moral improvement in their reader. If you watched my video earlier this year on Michel de Montaigne, then you will know that this is an educational goal that he also echoed, talking about the potential character benefits that could come through a thorough knowledge and engagement with the great minds of the past. And this would also involve an active wrestling with these great texts, neither brushing them aside as necessarily out of date just because they came from the ancient world, nor worshipping them as divine and infallible, but being both charitable and critical in our approach, and using them as, ultimately, the material for our own thinking and our own character. This is also, according to Adler, where we see the domain of the humanities slightly narrowed down. Many humanists of this period place less emphasis on learning natural sciences, not because they weren't important for other reasons, but because these specific people didn't consider them as suited to the task of shaping our character, and instead saw them as investigating the world outside of us, which is, not too dissimilar to how we see natural science today. An additional difference between the ancient humanists and the Renaissance humanists was that they had slightly different goals for the humanities in mind, although both are pretty distant from our current educational framework today. As Adler puts it, Cicero in his writings on the Studia Humanitatis encouraged the study of all non-vocational arts, because he, like the ancients more generally, believed that the goal of education was the contemplation of the universe's perfection. By the time of the Renaissance, in contrast, inhabitants of Western Europe possessed an individualistic, inward-looking conception of the self. Thus, for example, Petrarch turned to ancient Roman examples of heroism in order to achieve what the Italian humanists saw as education's primary goal, the strengthening of character. In practice, I don't know how different this looks, since Cicero also seems to speak of the improvement of character pretty highly, but at the very least they are geared towards slightly different goals. But this difference notwithstanding, both of these goals for humanistic education are very different from more narrow ideas that it just cultivates skills like critical thinking. For one thing, it is far wider in its aims and far less immediately utilitarian in its scope. For someone like Petrarch, to talk about particular skills or vocations is besides the point. The benefits of studying the humanities are found in the kind of broad perspective or character that engaging with these great classical works will get you, provided that you engage with them in the right way. They weren't arguing that studying the humanities allowed you to achieve some particular earthly end like getting employed. That's not to say that such skills aren't or weren't important, but the goal of the humanities in this period was not to aid someone in finding a job or in making money. Now, granted, that is partly because so many people studying anything in this period were aristocrats and didn't have to worry about money, but it's still a major difference between their attitude and the one that many of us have inherited. Moreover, as Adler repeatedly emphasizes, classical and Renaissance humanists were always pointing to particular works and particular authors in order to justify their pursuit. Although we now think of them as praising the humanities, they would have seen themselves as praising Homer or Virgil or Plato or Livy. They were arguing that engaging with those specific works was worthwhile, rather than defending an abstract and quite vaguely defined collection of pursuits. This is why Adler thinks that any robust defense of the humanities must defend specific humanities content, and not simply argue that the humanities as a whole trains particular skills. This makes an awful lot of sense to me. Why should we expect that the value of literature or poetry would be defended in the same way as philosophy or history or learning a foreign language? These are incredibly different skills with vastly different content, and the reasons that they are grouped under the heading of the humanities is largely historical, and in the modern day it's partly just administrative, rather than because the humanities share some essential characteristic. In fact, I would go even further than this and argue that when we accept the task of defending the humanities as a whole, we are already lost. Since individual humanistic fields are so very different, this means that attempting to point to one thing that justifies each and every one of them will almost certainly not uniquely defend those subjects. We saw this earlier with the critical thinking defense. The reason that such a defense fails is because it is just so highly unlikely that the humanities, and only the humanities, train this skill in a way that is not replicable through alternative means. But on reflection, this isn't that surprising, because the humanities are not in any sense natural bedfellows united by a shared core. Identifying one property that they all share and that no other subject shares just seems highly likely to fail. To modify an example from Wittgenstein, it's like trying to identify a single shared essence for all the things we call games and trying to defend the value of games based on that property. The mistake is made at the beginning, where we assume that all of these things have a shared essence that we can find and then subsequently base our defense upon. That being said, Adler does But on reflection, this isn't that surprising, because the humanities are not, in any sense, natural bedfellows united by a shared core, just administrative, rather than because the humanities share some essential characteristic. In fact, I would go even further than this and argue that when we accept the task of defending the humanities as a whole, we are already lost. Since individual humanistic fields are so very different, this means that attempting to point to one thing that justifies each and every one of them will almost certainly not uniquely defend those subjects. We saw this earlier with the critical thinking defense. The reason that such a defense fails is because it is just so highly unlikely that the humanities, and only the humanities, train this skill in a way that is not replicable through alternative means. But on reflection, this isn't that surprising, because the humanities are not, in any sense, natural bedfellows united by a shared core. Identifying one property that they all share and that no other subject shares just seems highly likely to fail. To modify an example from Wittgenstein, it's like trying to identify a single shared essence for all the things we call games and trying to defend the value of games based on that property. The mistake is made at the beginning, where we assume that all of these things have a shared essence, an essential characteristic. In fact, I would go even further than this and argue that when we accept the task of defending the humanities as a whole, we are already lost. Since individual humanistic fields are so very different, this means that attempting to point to one thing that justifies each and every one of them will almost certainly not uniquely defend those subjects. We saw this earlier with the critical thinking defense. The reason that such a defense fails is because it is just so highly unlikely that the humanities, and only the humanities, train this skill in a way that is not replicable through alternative means. But on reflection, this isn't that surprising, because the humanities are not, in any sense, natural bedfellows united by a shared core. Identifying one property that they all share and that no other subject shares just seems highly likely to fail. To modify an example from Wittgenstein, it's like trying to identify a single shared essence for all the things we call games and trying to defend the value of games based on that property. The mistake is made at the beginning, where we assume that all of these things have a shared essence that we can find and then subsequently base our defense upon. That being said, Adler does have a defense of the humanities in his book, and it is well worth exploring because I think it serves as a good foundation for anyone looking to defend the humanities themselves. 4. How to defend the humanities. Adler's own defense of the humanities comes in the final chapter of his book, and is neatly summarized in the following excerpt. As humanists such as Petrarch, Bruni, and Babbage recognized, the humanities need substance. Their special contribution to the educational process is their ability to offer to young people the invitation to improve themselves through the use of models from the past. Profound works of art, literature, philosophy, and religion provide the best means of sharpening students' souls, contributing visions of the good, the true, and the beautiful that can allow human beings to lead sounder, happier, and more responsible lives. In order to do this, Adler thinks that scholars and institutions must argue for why they think their particular course of study and the contents therein is truly profound and why they think this. This doesn't mean we have to stick with just the literary canon as it has historically existed. We do live in a wonderful age where we can, with the click of a button, gain access to great literary and philosophical works from all over the world, and I think that's a great thing, and I think we should incorporate that into our concept of humanistic study. But I do really agree with Adler that defending the value of particular works and particular topics is going to be paramount in any effective defense of the humanities. However, I think there are a few questions to ask here. The first is that we must clarify what we mean by value. For some of us, this is going to be remarkably simple. If you are an aesthetic realist and believe that the value of an artwork or a piece of literature is a stark independent fact that's just kind of out there in the world, then you will be arguing that some works truly, objectively are better than others. The uphill battle here is convincing other people of aesthetic realism, which remains a relatively unpopular philosophical position. For the rest of us...
I wasn't listening, I'm sorry.
Invitation to improve themselves through the use of models from the past. Profound works of art, literature, philosophy, and religion provide the best means of sharpening students' souls, contributing visions of the good, the true, and the beautiful that can allow human beings to lead sounder, happier, and more responsible lives. In order to do this, Adler thinks that scholars and institutions must argue for why they think their particular course of study and the contents therein is truly profound and why they think this. This doesn't mean we have to stick with just the literary canon as it has historically existed. We do live in a wonderful age where we can, with the click of a button, gain access to great literary and philosophical works from all over the world, and I think that's a great thing, and I think we should incorporate that into our concept of humanistic study. But I do really agree with Adler that defending the value of particular works and particular topics is going to be paramount in any effective defense of the humanities. However, I think there are a few questions to ask here. The first is that we must clarify what we mean by value. Canon as it has historically existed. We do live in a wonderful age where we can, with the click of a button, gain access to great literary and philosophical works from all over the world, and I think that's a great thing, and I think we should incorporate that into our concept of humanistic study. But I do really agree with Adler that defending the value of particular works and particular topics is going to be paramount in any effective defense of the humanities. However, I think there are a few questions to ask here. The first is that we must clarify what we mean by value. For some of us, this is going to be remarkably simple. If you are an aesthetic realist and believe that the value of an artwork or a piece of literature is a stark independent fact that's just kind of out there in the world, then you will be arguing that some works truly, objectively are better than others. The uphill battle here is convincing other people of aesthetic realism, which remains a relatively unpopular philosophical position. For the rest of us, the job is slightly more complicated. If you're not an aesthetic realist, then you can't rely on some discovered objective standard of better regarding things like art or literature. And we must instead argue that the study of particular works in the humanities is good for the achievement of particular aims. The history of the humanities has already given us one such aim, and I think it's a pretty good one, the aim of self-cultivation. And this is no small thing. If we can argue that the study of certain works of literature, for example, can provide us with models and useful ideas for our lives that will genuinely make them much richer and thus enhance the experience of being human, well, that's a really good reason for people to study them. The particular success of such defences will depend on whether the person you're talking to shares your aim or is convinced by it, and thus how convincing a case can then be made that the particular area of study you are arguing for will advance that aim. Although Adler's defence is posed as defending the humanities as a whole, it is a straightforward implication. Instead, argue that the study of particular works in the humanities is good for the achievement of particular aims. The history of the humanities has already given us one such aim, and I think it's a pretty good one, the aim of self-cultivation. And this is no small thing. If we can argue that the study of certain works of literature, for example, can provide us with models and useful ideas for our lives that will genuinely make them much richer and thus enhance the experience of being human, well, that's a really good reason for people to study them. The particular success of such defences will depend on whether the person you're talking to shares your aim or is convinced by it, and thus how convincing a case can then be made that the particular area of study you are arguing for will discovered objective standard of better regarding things like art or literature. And we must instead argue that the study of particular works in the humanities is good for the achievement of particular aims. The history of the humanities has already given us one such aim, and I think it's a pretty good one, the aim of self-cultivation. And this is no small thing. If we can argue that the study of certain works of literature, for example, can provide us with models and useful ideas for our lives that will genuinely make them much richer and thus enhance the experience of being human, well, that's a really good reason for people to study them. The particular success of such defences will depend on whether the person you're talking to shares your aim or is convinced by it, and thus how convincing a case can then be made that the particular area of study you are arguing for will advance that aim. Although Adler's defence is posed as defending the humanities as a whole, it is a straightforward implication of his argument that the way we defend the humanities will just have to be far more piecemeal than previous skills-based approaches. But given what we've already heard in the previous section, this shouldn't be that surprising. In fact, this is exactly what we would expect, given that the humanities do not naturally share a single methodology and hang together much more loosely than the sciences do. That's not to say that all the sciences do share one neat methodology, but they at the very least seem to share the broad aim of investigating the world. And if you're a philosopher of science watching this, I know that's a massive oversimplification, but we're just going to have to bear with it for now. In this new paradigm, we should not expect that there will be broad defences of the humanities, but rather more detailed defences of literature, or even particular works of literature or particular authors, and similar defences of philosophy and sub-disciplines of philosophy, and art and particular artists, and so on. In theory, we should end up with lots of tiny, minuscule defences of certain works or certain people that are worth studying, rather than a wide defence of the humanities as a whole, which, as we've seen, I think is probably barking up the wrong tree. This is also something we can use in response to the critics of the humanities. When someone talks about the humanities being useless, for instance, our first response should be to point out that the humanities just aren't a single thing. They're a collection of different fields with vast differences between those fields. So, what is the particular critique they have, and which fields do they think it applies to? Take the critique that literary interpretation is not convergent in the same way that observational science is. Well, that applies to literature, but certainly not other humanities subjects like history or translating foreign languages. There are pretty solid criteria for what good history or good translation looks like, even if there is still some room for disagreement, just like in scientific inquiry. So, the first thing we can say is that they are not, in fact, critiquing the humanities as a whole, but instead critiquing just one area of it. And then we get to defend literary interpretation, should we so choose. In order to and art and particular artists and so on. In theory, we should end up with lots of tiny, minuscule defences of certain works or certain people that are worth studying, rather than a wide defence of the humanities as a whole, which, as we've seen, I think is probably barking up the wrong tree. This is also something we can use in response to the critics of the humanities. When someone talks about the humanities being useless, for instance, our first response should be to point out that the humanities just aren't a single thing. They're a collection of different fields with vast differences between those fields. So, what is the particular critique they have, and which fields do they think it applies to? Take the critique that literary interpretation is not convergent in the same way that observational science is. Well, that applies to literature, but certainly not other humanities subjects like history or translating foreign languages. There are pretty solid criteria for what good history or good translation looks like, even if there is still some room for disagreement, just like in scientific inquiry. So, the first thing we can say is that they are not, in fact, critiquing the humanities as a whole, but instead critiquing just one area of it. And then we get to defend literary interpretation, should we so choose. In order to do this, we're likely to draw upon something like the personally edifying experience of engaging with particular great works of literature from the past, which then immediately makes it clear that convergence may not be the point of our inquiry. Of course, after all of this, someone might still not be convinced by your defence, but at the very least we've made it clear what we are defending, and we've not fallen into the trap of trying to defend just one area of it. And then we get to defend literary interpretation, should we so choose. In order to do this, we're likely to draw upon something like the personally edifying experience of engaging with particular great works of literature from the past, which then immediately makes it clear that convergence may not be the point of our inquiry. Of course, after all of this, someone might still not be convinced by your defence, but at the very least we've made it clear what we are defending, and we've not fallen into the trap of trying to defend the humanities in one go in a way that I just sort of think is doomed to failure, or at the very least is abominably difficult. Inasmuch as we can draw from these older humanist ideas about the purpose of education being self-cultivation, we will also have to shift slightly away from how we currently view education as a whole. Many of the aims of these specific humanistic fields are just quite a bit broader than finding employment or investigating the facts of the world, even though those two things are also incredibly important. And so defending the humanities on this basis will involve helping people see the value of these wider goals. This is a pretty huge undertaking, and it will require us to draw not just on our reasoning skills, but also our skills of rhetoric and narrative. For what it's worth, I share Nietzsche's conviction that what we value is, to a great extent, a matter of emotion and affect, rather than strict logical reasoning. Given this, whether someone will be amenable to such a change in the way we view education is going to depend on whether they can emotionally resonate with such a pursuit like self-cultivation. Do they feel like the project of self-cultivation is emotionally compelling or not? Back in the 18th and 19th centuries, a big pre-existing advantage that people had in defending the classics was that it was considered part of being a gentleman that someone would be semi-competent in Latin and ancient Greek, and also have a baseline familiarity with certain works of the ancient world. The concept of a classically trained gentleman obviously doesn't have the same sway today, and it's a good thing, as I know neither Latin nor Greek, and so would be considered complete, uneducated swine, as arguably I should be anyway. And I'm certainly not suggesting that we should revive this particular narrative, but I do think that having such cultural models can help people to see the value in particular fields of study. Let's just take a recent example. The Donna Tartt book, The Secret History, had a bit of a sudden revival the other year, and because its narrative revolved around a group of classic students, and readers clearly found that compelling, it seemed to kind of revive an interest in classical literature and ancient history in many of the people who read it. As René Girard argued, a bit of a sudden revival. The gentleman obviously doesn't have the existing advantage that people had in defending the classics was that it was considered part of being a gentleman that someone would be semi-competent in Latin and ancient Greek, and also have a baseline familiarity with certain works of the ancient world. The concept of a classically trained gentleman obviously doesn't have the same sway today, and it's a good thing, as I know neither Latin nor Greek, and so would be considered complete, uneducated swine, as arguably I should be anyway. And I'm certainly not suggesting that we should revive this particular narrative, but I do think that having such cultural models can help people to see the value in particular fields of study. Let's just take a recent example. The Donna Tartt book, The Secret History, had a bit of a sudden revival the other year, and because its narrative revolved around a group of classic students, and readers clearly found that compelling, it seemed to kind of revive an interest in classical literature and ancient history in many of the people who read it. As René Girard argues, many of our desires come about by trying to imitate particular narratives and identities that we find around us, either in other people or just the kind of cultural zeitgeist. And we do have these strong mimetic models for scientific study. We have stock characters like the inventor or the scientific genius that are multiplied across our cultural stories. Of course, these are heavily simplified portraits of what actual scientific study looks like, as any scientist will tell you, but they are undeniably compelling for people. we need similar ennobling narratives for studying particular humanities subjects, and they need to be just as culturally prominent. Additionally, I think that defending the humanities in this way will help clarify to ourselves what exactly we find valuable about these fields, such that we can then frame the intended future of those fields around these aims that we do find so valuable. Adler points out that one of the genuine critiques that you could level at the teaching of classical languages in 19th century America was that it was really quite dull. It tended to focus on things like grammar drills, and it relegated the actual interesting engagement with the works of the classical world to a bit of an afterthought. What's more, the attitude taken to those works was often deferential to the point of sycophancy, rather than the desirable Montaigne-esque balance of charity and critique that we looked at in the last section. This just was not in concert with the stated aim of cultivating students' characters, since, in Adler's words, it treated them like receptacles for information as opposed to budding humanists and independent thinkers themselves. If it is true, for instance, that what we want out of a study of literature is the development of our characters, then that should be reflected in the way that we teach it. I have a number of very STEMmy friends who had their view of literature totally warped by their experiences in secondary education, where, to the point of sycophancy, rather than subjects, and the need to be just as culturally prominent. Additionally, I think that defending the humanities in this way will help clarify to ourselves what exactly we find valuable about these fields, such that we can then frame the intended future of those fields around these aims that we do find so valuable. Adler points out that one of the genuine critiques that you could level at the teaching of classical languages in 19th century America was that it was really quite dull. It tended to focus on things like grammar drills, and it relegated the actual interesting engagement with the works of the classical world to a bit of an afterthought. What's more, the attitude taken to those works was often deferential to the point of sycophancy, rather than the desirable Montaigne-esque balance of charity and critique that we looked at in the last section. This just was not in concert with the stated aim of cultivating students' characters, since, in Adler's words, it treated them like receptacles for information as opposed to budding humanists and independent thinkers themselves. If it is true, for instance, that what we want out of a study of literature is the development of our characters, then that should be reflected in the way that we teach it. I have a number of very STEMmy friends who had their view of literature totally warped by their experiences in secondary education, where, as far as they can tell, the way to do well on a literature exam was to memorize the interpretation of the text that the exam board wanted, and then regurgitate it on the page like a sort of confused mother bird. And given this, can we really blame them for thinking that literature is a total waste of time? For that matter, every teacher of literature that I've ever talked to at the secondary level has felt quite constrained by the way that exam curricula often prevented them from engaging students in what they love about literature in the first place. We should seriously ask whether our current approach to literature and other humanistic fields is cultivating our characters, or broadening our understanding of human experience, or whether it has drifted quite far from the purpose that we intend for it. But, of course, this goes both ways, and happily so. A poor exposure to literature can rob someone of any budding enthusiasm they might have for it, but an engaging experience can rekindle a new love for it. A particular friend of mine, who incidentally is one of the most STEMmy and greatest mathematical and scientific minds I have ever met, had a very negative view of literature for a very long time, for many of the reasons that I've just given. He found the way he was taught it at school to be pretty much the strongest possible argument against the value of reading literature in his free time. Almost on a whim, however, he picked up a copy of Dostoevsky's Crime and Punishment, since myself and a few other of our friends had read it and said we enjoyed it. For a long time after that, Whenever he and I and our friends would meet up, we would end up talking about Crime and Punishment. We would freely discuss it and analyze it and express what we found most valuable about it. This was enough to totally change his mind on the value of reading literature, and now he reads it an awful lot and absolutely loves it. My point is, if we want to argue that it is worthwhile to learn humanities subjects, then we must also ensure that these subjects are engaged with in line with what we think their benefits actually are. This is what I mean when I say that defending these subjects is helpful for us, because it gives us a yardstick against which to measure how well those topics are currently achieving their aims. As Adler puts it, we cannot vouch for the essential role of the humanities if we fail to live up to our pedagogical promise. I really do believe that the humanities can be very valuable to learn and study, but the value is by no means self-evident. The person who criticizes the humanities or considers them useless is not asking something absurd like, could 2 + 2 = 5? It is a sensible challenge with, in my opinion, quite sensible and satisfactory answers. Answers that can inform not just why the humanities are worth giving a go, but can actually shape the future of these fields in a more positive direction. So, in the spirit of such piecemeal defenses of the humanities, I want to end this video by giving a potted defense of an author that I love, based on the specific content of his works. 5. A defense in practice. I could have picked any number of authors for this section. Dostoevsky, Tolstoy, Goethe, Stendhal, Steinbeck, Murdoch, and either of the Shelleys. But let's go with Franz Kafka, since for whatever reason he was just the first person that came to mind when I was writing this. And let's narrow our scope even further, and take just one of his themes, bureaucratic frustration, as it's found in just one of his works, The Trial. Since he lived in the late 19th and early 20th centuries, Kafka experienced the cusp of many of the trends that then will go on to make the modern world. This is part of what makes his literature so impactful even a century later. He is close enough to us that his observations remain eerily and obviously relevant to our lives, but far enough away that he's not mired in the details of our modern discussions, and thus can almost always bring a fresh perspective. The Trial follows Joseph K. as he is arrested for an unknown crime, and from that moment on, he is a marked man. He spends most of the novel desperately trying to clear his name, but he's not really sure how to do it. He fights endlessly to demonstrate his innocence to the courts, but at the end, and here's your spoiler alert, he is executed unceremoniously, and in his words, dies like a dog. The reasons that this particular work is worth engaging with are both numerous and easy to point out. As I've written about before, Kafka is excellent at identifying and examining a particular kind of cruelty, the kind that is no one person's fault or responsibility, but nonetheless has the power to destroy people's lives. This sort of cruelty is especially prevalent in our dealings with wide-scale groups or institutions, who are just by sheer numbers much more powerful than us, and tend not to really care about our existence in either a benevolent or malicious way, but nonetheless, in their carelessness or their bureaucracy, can turn our lives upside down and barely even notice. This observation of his was so influential that it gave us the word Kafkaesque. Engaging with Kafka's literature here gives us a way to conceptualize and analyze this kind of cruelty, which might otherwise go unnoticed or not be properly separated from other kinds of cruelty that can look superficially similar. But beyond this, through a direct reading of his work, we can inhabit the particular mental state of someone going through this struggle themselves. This communicates not only the mere fact of the cruelty's existence, but provides us with the emotional urgency we need to be moved by it. There is a reason why most charity appeals are not PowerPoint presentations with a bunch of tragic statistics on them. They tend to present a narrative example because it is through narrative that we make certain pieces of information salient and motivating. Moreover, when we are studying the realm of human experience, we're leaving something pretty important out if we are not trying, at least, to capture the feeling of said experience. This is pretty effectively done through literature, and one of the uniquely brilliant things about Kafka is his ability to capture the feeling of bureaucratic cruelty in a way that no other author has quite matched. The Trial is also a novel about guilt. Kafka wrote this after a confrontation with his then fiancée, where he admitted to writing pretty scandalous letters to another woman, and they, as a result, decided to end their engagement. Thus, The Trial can just as much be read as Kafka's personal self-persecution, as he tries to work through the guilt of having hurt someone who was pretty close to him, and having disappointed everyone around him. This gets even more complicated when we learn that he didn't seem to really...
Hello, Mark, I didn't see you over there. I'm glad you're enjoying it so far. I'm having fun. I'm getting a little lost in the my layers a bit, so I'm gonna have to fight my own choices a little. Sorry, I hate that my cluttered desk is so visible.
Be engaged in the first place, and was potentially only doing this in order to please societal expectations. There is a whole complex whirlpool of human experience here, some of which might be familiar to us and thus help us understand ourselves better, and some of which might be totally unfamiliar to us and thus help us understand others better. But either way, in engaging with the work, we are most certainly developing our humanitas, since we're generating a deeper understanding of, let's say, what it means to be human. Not in some ivory tower sense about the essence of humanity, but in the simple, down-to-earth sense of learning to understand and make sense of a wider range and deeper richness of human experience. The trial does not present us with straightforward models to emulate, as, say, The Lord of the Rings does, but it does expand our understanding in edifying ways nonetheless. Incidentally, The Lord of the Rings would be an even easier piece of literature to justify engaging with. Now, at this point, you might still not be convinced, and one of the difficult things about defending works like this is that because it is describing the value and effect of a particular experience, it is borderline impossible to communicate fully what it is like to actually read the trial, in the same way that it's borderline impossible to communicate other human experiences, like falling in love or just watching a particular film. A description and a defense of a piece of art or literature can only get you so far. What I really hope defenses like this can encourage is that somebody who is skeptical of the humanities might give this particular work or another great work that they're interested in a good go and see what they get out of it. I have no doubt that for a small number of people, they genuinely will get nothing out of it, either because they've chosen a work that just doesn't interest them, or because their approach might have been slightly off, or just because there might genuinely be a small minority of people who just do get little to no value out of a particular field of study in the humanities. And of course, this kind of defense will need to be given for any individual work or subject or subdiscipline that we find important. I have here argued that Kafka is worth reading for these reasons, but I would argue that, say, Nietzsche is worth reading for entirely different reasons, and that Aristotle is worth reading for further different reasons, and so on. Since the humanities cannot be defended as a whole, nor, as it goes, justifiably attacked as a whole, all we have is the justification or challenge of these individual thinkers and works, each of which will have their own case for the defense, and presumably their own case for the prosecution. But lastly, I want to say that, overall, I think there is work to be done on either side here. On the part of the humanities defenders, such as myself, I think we can generally do a far better job at communicating exactly why we find what we study so fulfilling, and what these particular works have added to our lives. We can talk more enthusiastically and openly about the particular works we love. Moreover, in giving our defenses, it is beholden to us to actually shift the way we approach and teach the humanities to reflect what we find so valuable about it. We might find that in defending the humanities, we also need to reform them. And above all, I think it's important to abandon most attempts to defend the humanities as a whole, and instead take this more piecemeal approach, as Adler recommends. On the part of the critic of the humanities, I have sort of three things to say. The first is to keep an open mind to the defences given here. The second is to test it out yourself with a charitable attitude. And the third is that even if you personally don't end up finding anything valuable in your experience with a particular humanities topic, try to recognise that that is not necessarily generalisable to all other people. When we take the whole set of people who say that they have had their life changed by a novel, or an artwork, or a work of philosophy, or who have had their understanding deepened by their study of history, or who have drawn these disparate fields together to truly alter their character for the better and live more fulfilling lives, then we have pretty strong empirical evidence for the value of these fields. The value is not necessarily vocational, nor is it monetary, but it is there and people do find it. And finally, we can reflect on Cicero's idea that the humanities are a lifelong pursuit. So many of our conversations about the value of humanistic fields is tied up with their place in specifically higher educational institutions. But, as we've seen, the reasons to study humanities subjects are so much broader than the walls of a lecture hall. I hope that, as time moves on, we can treat the humanities in a way that considers them as more than just a set of academic topics, and more as an ongoing personal project for each of us to cultivate our characters and broaden our understanding of human experience in a way that is certainly not isolated to particular institutions or particular buildings or a given set of years of our lives. For those of us who did study the humanities formally, we need not stop there. And for those of us who did not, that need not be a barrier for entry. Because I do believe, as kind of trite as it sounds, that the humanities can be for everyone. And we should leave an empty seat at the table, even for those who were initially skeptical about them. And another reason that I see people treating the humanities with such hostility is that a great many people present the humanities with a healthy dollop, or an unhealthy dollop I suppose, of elitism and snobbery. And I have a previous video on this topic right here. Thank you so much for watching, and have a wonderful day. A while ago, I came across this tweet that outlined the bare minimum for holding a conversation. It lists a whole bunch of classic authors as the basic prerequisites for simply having a discussion. And it's been brewing in the back of my mind for months, because I really don't like the way we talk about books now, and I want to explore why. My name is Joe Foley, and this is Unsolicited Advice. 1. Literary rage bait. Over the past year, I've come across a series of articles and posts and videos that I can only describe as literary rage bait, and a few of them went really viral, as rage bait tends to do. Firstly, there was an article by Days magazine called 10 Books That Are Dating Red Flags. On it, they listed Blood Meridian, American Psycho, as well as Bell Hooks' All About Love, quote, anything by Dostoevsky, and really bizarrely, the children's book series Percy Jackson, as dating red flags. This list was already covered in quite a lot of detail by the YouTuber Man Carrying Things, so I won't go into too much about it here. But there was something that rubbed me up the wrong way about that article, and it took me a while to realise exactly what that was. After that, I started to get recommended all sorts of YouTube videos on whether BookTok was killing reading. I was at the time pretty unfamiliar with BookTok, but it's essentially kind of like filler novels that are sometimes erotic in flavour. And that too got me thinking about the attitude we take towards reading. Then, in the background to all of this, there's the fact that reading itself is visibly in decline. We talked about this a lot in my discussion with Jared Henderson. Fewer and fewer adults are reading for pleasure, and there is a real danger that the popularity of the practice of reading will just never recover from this as more enticing and attention-grabbing technologies take its place. This often sparks its own kind of debate, with one side mourning the death of reading and another side sort of either celebrating it or saying that it doesn't matter much either way. And as I was reading and watching and generally encountering all of this, there was a particular character that I kept seeing crop up everywhere, and I'll call them the reader for the sake of having a label. The reader isn't any specific person. I'm not, as they say, vague posting. It's instead a kind of stock character, an internet archetype, if you will. You'll see this reader pop up in certain comment sections, even my own. They'll normally say something about how people these days are too stupid to read real literature, or to understand the nuances of great classics. For the reader, reading isn't an activity, it's something like a moral badge of honour, an intellectual status symbol, or a tool with which they can condescend to others. They're that person who will lambast you for not having read this or that, and if asked, they will happily list off all the books that they have read, whether or not they have, in fact, read them, and they'll treat this list as if it is a reflection of them as a person. They're an absolute pedant when it comes to their favourite books, and they have no time for anything that is not to their taste. If they're a fan of French literature, then German or English literature must be complete swill by comparison. If they're a more widely defined fan of the classics, then this must go with the thought that anything written in the past 100 years or so is total rubbish and never worth reading. This is the person who actually makes you want to talk about books far less, since they have very little patience for innocent curiosity or the sheer willingness to learn more. For them, a kind of endless literary rote knowledge is the only currency that matters, and their fondest wish is to turn into the human Encyclopedia Britannica for all matters literature. In itself, this wouldn't be the worst thing in the world, if it weren't for their insistence that this made them better than anyone else, and their, let's say, lack of restraint in expressing this idea. Now, I'm obviously exaggerating a little bit, but you'll all know the kind of person that I mean. They're quite intimidating to encounter for someone who just wants to get started with classic literature, because they all seem to insist that if you don't like the same books that they like, or even share their interpretations of those books, you are irredeemably thick. We'll come back to some of those themes later in the video. But this channel is all about honing your analytic skills, and that's why you should check out today's sponsor, Brilliant.
I accidentally hit all my...
Studying STEM subjects like maths or science or programming can be really difficult. These subjects can get rather unintuitive rather quickly, and that often presents real challenges for students. But this is where Brilliant can be really helpful. Brilliant has added a large number of topics this year, so you can learn anything from programming with functions to probability theory to discovering the ins and outs of how large language models work or trying your hand at classical mechanics. Additionally, Brilliant's learning is all based around completing various activities, so you can learn by putting what you're learning into practice, and this both just improves retention and stops things getting dull. Brilliant also personalizes your learning, which helps you improve at a steady and reliable pace. If you want to improve your own analytical skills, then you should check out the logic courses on Brilliant, which will just let you see what logic is all about. And with even a little bit of logic, the world is a whole lot clearer. To learn for free on Brilliant for a full 30 days, go to brilliant.org/unsolicited
Where are my
advice, or scan
references?
the QR code on screen, or you can click the link in the description. Brilliant's also giving my viewers 20% off their annual premium subscription, so please do check that out. But anyway, back to the video. At first glance, it seems like the reader and the authors of articles like 10 books that are dating red flags might have very little in common. For a start, I think the writers of that article would probably hate to be compared with literary elitists, but I ultimately think that these two people are cut from the same cloth. What they share, in my view, is a particular way of viewing reading, and that's what we'll be exploring for the rest of the video. Firstly, for both of these camps, the activity of reading is much less important than what reading says about someone as a person. In effect, they both treat reading as primarily a means to judge themselves and others. To speculate a little, I think this might actually be linked to the decline in reading as a whole. As reading becomes a niche way to spend your time, it becomes easier to use it as a way to distinguish an in-group from an out-group. Sometimes this is done with the mere activity of reading, sometimes it's done by people who insist you must only read the classics, sometimes it's really quite bizarrely specific, and it's based around particular books. For instance, one of my personal quests recently has been trying to read Lacan, and try really is the word here, he's a quite tricky read. And I found people who say that anyone who hasn't read Lacan or doesn't interpret him in the same way that they do is an ignoramus. Now, I'm just a beginner to Lacan, so in my case they're probably right. But this attempt to create a sense of intellectual superiority and use reading to demean the intellect of others is a constant among all of these groups. I think the reason why I personally find the character of the reader so very irritating is because quite often they love many of the same things that I love, but with an attitude that I think creates an unnecessary air of mystique and hostility around, oftentimes, the classics. If I were to meet one of these people at a party and we were both in relatively genial moods and they weren't feeling too judgmental, I expect that we'd probably get along like a house on fire. But, at its core, the primarily judge-based attitude put forward by the reader isn't one that encourages other people to partake in the activity that they love, but instead, its effect is to exile those who have not already read all that they have read to wearing a kind of literary dunce cap, marked out forever as someone who is not in the know. I find that authors of articles like 10 books that are dating red flags irritating for a sort of relatively similar reason. Although we probably aren't as similar, they still have the effect of weaponizing books as a way of evaluating or condescending to people. They are, in effect, saying that if you have read some books, you are less romantically appealing. And you might say that this is kind of a trivial concern, and to a certain extent, of course, it is. But we're already in a situation where men aren't reading very much, and certainly not reading very much fiction or literature. So, what's the goal of treating books in this way? Ultimately, I think it's the same superiority-chasing trick that the reader pulls, but just in a different direction. Whereas the reader attempts to judge you as a whole person based on what you haven't read, the authors of this article attempt to do pretty much the same thing, but based on what you have read. And in both cases, and this will become a consistent theme in this video, the actual books themselves fall by the wayside. The aim is not to share a mutual love of something, but to signal a certain kind of intellectualism, to place yourself above others and condescend to them from your pillar of intellectual virtue. And this prioritization of identity over activity is really limiting. It makes it seem like reading is some kind of elite thing, rather than literally one of the most accessible joys out there. I've spoken before about our tendency to create a sort of sharp divide between inner essence and outer behavior, as if who we are is totally separate from what we do, and I think that this is just a particular manifestation of that. When we place an awful lot of weight over whether someone is a reader, it basically feels like we're creating a chimera-esque reader in the machine that we're fruitlessly inquiring after. In short, both of these groups of people are snobs. They're so obviously snobs that it probably feels weird that I haven't been using the word snob so far in the video. But this got me thinking, what actually is a snob? Why does it annoy us so much? And what does this have to do with identity? 2. The origin and variety.
One moment, I have to do my Japanese.
Article on the particular manifestation of that.
One moment, I have to, no.
commenting on authors like Machiavelli, Melville, and Tolstoy, they were instead commenting on the kinds of...
Hello, Kit. Sorry I didn't see your comment.
Machiavelli, Melville, or Tolstoy. There is an illegitimate inference going on here from the activity of reading, or reading particular authors, which is pretty limited in scope, and the totality of someone's identity. I sometimes see this attitude labelled as performative. To read for the sake of being a reader is considered performative reading. But I'm not a massive fan of this label, if I'm honest. If anything, I think it seems to have things slightly backwards. It implies that the person is dishonest about their like and dislike of authors, which I don't think necessarily needs to be the case. And moreover, provided that they are reading the books, which I think they often are, it's clearly not just a performance. There's also just an extent to which everything we do, at least everything in the public eye, is going to be performative, because we can't help but react to the fact that other people will be watching us and making judgments about us. So, rather than focusing on the performance of reading, I would rather look at how this relates to the identity of being a reader. So I would instead call it something like identificatory reading, and that's the label that I'll use for the rest of the video. There are two main problems I have with identificatory reading, that is, placing too much emphasis on the identity of the reader when we're talking about reading. The first is that, rather than widening the number of people reading, it thrives off fewer and fewer people reading. And the second is that it traps the identificatory reader into an epistemic blind alley. I'll tackle each of these in turn. Firstly, the prestige of identificatory reading rests on the idea that the number of people engaging in the specific kind of reading being identified with, whether that's reading as a whole or reading some specific books, is a small and elite group. It wouldn't make any sense bragging about reading an author that everyone else has also read. Thus, there is an incentive in identificatory reading to make the number of people who are deemed readers a smaller and smaller group. This is both what we would expect to see if reading was used primarily as a marker of prestige in some circles, and what I think we actually do see in practice. I also think this kind of attitude discourages others from reading. Normally, the process of narrowing the circle of readers is not as explicit as this. Oftentimes, people won't say something as cringe-sounding as "you're not a real reader," then instead vaguely gesture at someone being stupid or dumb. The implicit assumption here is a kind of essentialism about reading. Under this framework, you are either the type of person who reads or not the type of person who reads, in a way that doesn't seem linked explicitly to someone's reading habits. For instance, you're either the kind of person who reads Tolstoy or you're not, and if you're not, then there's no point reading Tolstoy because you'll only misunderstand it. I think this type of prestige-seeking is also behind the particularly vitriolic way you will often see people treat others who disagree with them about certain books, or who just happen to like different books. It's a way of keeping the group of elect true readers small enough that it remains a club worth being a part of. This is most clear with particular groups often based around classics.
Let me finish this video.
It's evident in those who are talking about things like red flag books, because they too are trying to take a set of books and, for prestige or social reasons, trying to exile them from the set of acceptable reading material. You'll often see really quite comical purity spirals among groups of this kind of reader, whereby the bar for entry becomes reading Tolstoy and then reading this specific, often lesser-known book by Tolstoy, and then having this particular interpretation of this lesser-known work by Tolstoy, and so on and so forth. In each case, the elect become smaller and smaller, as they must distinguish themselves even further from those who have also read a fair amount. Thus, I think this attitude is likely to put people off reading, and generally make them think that certain books are just not for them in a permanent and irrevocable way. This is a tragedy, and I want to avoid it at almost any cost. I love these books, and I would love it if more people were to read and share in that love. Secondly, and I know this sounds kind of obvious, but if you're reading primarily for identity concerns about your own character or intelligence, you're devoting a large part of your attention in reading to yourself rather than the books. This is part of a wider observation made in the philosophy of both Simone Weil and Iris Murdoch. An overly developed sense of self-concern can get in the way of fully paying attention to the thing in front of you. It often acts as a kind of lens that locks you into a particular, often distortive, way of seeing the world. This is clearest in more general cases of extreme self-consciousness. For example, I remember being in one of my first supervisions at my old university, and I was so nervous about how I came across to my supervisor, who was a highly accomplished academic that I respected an awful lot, that I struggled to put any kind of coherent argument together in front of him. This was, in effect, my own worries about my own self-concept and identity getting in the way of what, on reflection, I really ought to have been paying attention to, which were the arguments and writings under discussion. To use another example, I remember when I was quite a bit younger, I often found myself so nervous on a date that I ended up coming across as, like, a total arse, because I literally couldn't pay attention to what my date was saying because I was so worried about what she would think of me. These are quite trivial examples, but they do help illustrate Weil and Murdoch's point, that excessive self-concern can get in the way of where we actually want to place our attention and focus. And to bring this back to identificatory reading, there is thus an epistemic issue with focusing too much on what your reading says about you. And that is that you'll become so focused on coming up with the right or clever opinion to have on a particular work of literature that you might forget, A, to, actually enjoy it, and and also B, have your own unforced thoughts about it, and thus I think it impoverishes the act of reading itself. Take the Dostoevsky novella Notes from Underground that I've talked about on the channel countless times. If you wanted to be really clever at a dinner party, you could talk about how much of the contents of the book, especially the first third, are responding satirically to another book by Chernyshevsky called What Must Be Done, which advocated for a kind of rational egoism in human psychology and politics. I guarantee you that unless the person has looked into it independently or done some academic reading around the topic, very few people, even those who otherwise have read Dostoevsky's work, will know about that in depth. There's also nothing inherently wrong with making this observation. I made it in my own video on Notes from Underground. However, if we're approaching books with the primary aim of making ourselves look clever or to distinguish ourselves intellectually from those around us, then we'll be so focused on finding these clever-sounding tidbits and interpretations that we might end up missing out on all the parts of the book that appeal idiosyncratically to us for reasons that might not be particularly clever or make for good showing-off material, but are undeniably edifying and engaging and, perhaps most importantly, personal. In other words, it can take us away from an honest, first-person reading of the text towards a more impressive-sounding but very impersonal one. There's nothing wrong with an impersonal reading of a text, I just think that we might be missing out here if that is our sole aim. Somewhat related to this, there's the additional danger of never discovering our own literary tastes. I have incredibly basic taste in literature, so I will normally enjoy what most lovers of the classics will recommend. But others might not share my tastes, and if we are overly aggressive about our own preferences, then it might genuinely discourage someone from refining their own unique literary palette in the direction that would bring them the most enjoyment and edification. Ultimately, the epistemic vice of literary snobs is arrogance. Epistemic arrogance is essentially when someone is far more sure than they're justified in being about a given proposition or proclamation. For example, it would be really epistemically arrogant of me to proclaim that some highly specific interpretation of Nietzsche is the true interpretation that reflected what he genuinely meant, because I know full well that almost everything in Nietzsche, beyond some basic points, is pretty heavily disputed in the academic literature around him. Epistemic arrogance is undesirable for a couple of reasons. The first is that it impoverishes our own epistemic position. I'm much less likely to spot mistakes in my own thinking if I am overconfident about my own correctness. But the second is that it's a kind of social cheating. Epistemic arrogance is socially performed to mimic epistemic authority when it isn't necessarily there. It's the confidence trick of literary snobs of all varieties. Even if you personally are a die-hard aesthetic realist, which is already a minority position in philosophy, the greatest thinkers in history have been debating about the meaning of beauty for thousands of years with multiple competing theories. To posit one's own literary or aesthetic tastes, especially if they're rather narrow, as the absolute objective best ones in such a strong way is, in my view, an epistemically unjustified social maneuver that will probably just fool someone who doesn't know very much about the subject. In my view, then, identificatory reading is both cheating ourselves and cheating those around us. It cheats those around us by presenting false authority, and it cheats us by closing our minds to further literary development. But the thing is, I don't think this kind of thing is limited to reading at all. I think it represents a far wider trend in human behavior that I would personally like to see fall by the wayside. 3. The Capture of Values. Recently, I read a fantastic book called The Score by C.T. Nguyen, which, among many other things, explored the concept of a value capture. This is where something that we value is sort of taken over by a metric that is meant to just measure that thing. But ends up replacing it wholesale. A good example that comes from the book is something like a linear university ranking system. Different students ultimately want quite different things out of particular universities, and flattening this into a unidimensional hierarchy is not always the best way to choose where you want to go to. Comes from the book is something like explore the concept of a value capture. This is where something that we value is sort of taken over by a metric that is meant to just measure that thing, but ends up replacing it wholesale. A good example that comes from the book is something like a linear university ranking system. Different students ultimately want quite different things out of particular universities, and flattening this that I would personally like to see fall by the wayside. 3. The Capture of Values. Recently, I read a fantastic book called The Score by C.T. Nguyen.
Who?
That I would personally like to see fall by the wayside. 3. The Capture of Values. Recently, I read a fantastic book called The Score by C.T. Nguyen, which among many other things, explored the concept of a value capture. This is where something that we value is sort of taken over by a metric that is meant to just measure that thing, but ends up replacing it wholesale. A good example that comes from the book is something like a linear university ranking system. Different students ultimately want quite different things out of particular universities, and flattening this into a unidimensional hierarchy is not always the best way to choose where you want to go to university. For instance, there might be a university that isn't that great overall, but has a particular specialism in an area that you might personally want to study, like dentistry or neuroscience or something like that. However, once the metric is in place, it can be incredibly seductive. Whereas you initially wanted to find the best institution for your speciality, and the place that's going to allow you to follow your curiosity to the greatest extent, the prestige that's associated with going to the #1 ranked university in your country, or the #2 or #3 or what have you, might sway you from this path. You can thus end up with a less helpful education for your particular interests because of this value capturing process. Le Guin talks about value capture when it comes specifically to metrics and scoring systems and the like, but when I was reflecting on this topic, it struck me that the phenomenon is much, much broader than this. As far as I can tell, the primary elements of value capture are just that. 1, there is some proxy property that is used to measure the property we actually care about, and 2, due to the fact that the proxy property is more visible and easier to communicate than the property we actually care about, we gradually optimize our behavior for the proxy property rather than the property itself. In other words, the measurement replaces the thing it was meant to measure due to its immediate accessibility and communicability. Metrics are one example of an accessible but flattening proxy measure, but others might include particular aesthetics, ways of presenting yourselves, or indeed identities. Let's start with a non-literary example. 2 of my childhood friends are really into heavy metal. In fact, they share many of the same favourite songs and favourite bands. I wouldn't be able to say that one knows more about heavy metal than the other, but their outward presentation is very, very different, and how you'd identify them is very, very different. One of them dresses like a stereotypical metalhead. He wears leather jackets, distressed jeans, he has really long hair, and the beginnings of what I imagine will be a truly magnificent beard, as well as many, many piercings. It's the kind of thing that I would look really silly in, but it absolutely suits him. The other friend actually favours dressing a little bit more formally, and often wears some variation on smart trousers and a shirt. That's actually what I'm wearing now, but this isn't me talking in third person. The point is, they both have great knowledge and enjoyment of metal, but for one it is obvious, and for the other it is less so. So far, of course, there's nothing misleading here, but it does illustrate an obvious truth. The aesthetic and the outward presentation of the identity is more publicly accessible than the interest. This presents the further possibility that someone could adopt or follow aesthetics that would lead everyone to think that they were a heavy metal enthusiast, even when they might not have the same interest in the genre. I don't know why someone would do this, but it is a possibility. And to bring this back to reading, there are various presentation-based markers that identify someone, rightly or wrongly, as, I don't know, for want of a better term, a kind of serious literary person, although that term makes me cringe. These obviously exist in the realm of fashion and stuff like that, but since this video is about how we talk about books, let's focus on the kind of markers that appear in dialogue. They will often involve a disdain for any writing, philosophical or literary, that does not belong to an acknowledged great thinker or great writer. There'll sometimes be an assumed air of intellectual and aesthetic authority, as we talked about in the last section, and there will be the further assumption that most people are less intellectually accomplished than this serious literary person. There'll often be a presentation of somber, brooding thoughtfulness. And all of these, and we've talked about many of them in more detail already, are more publicly accessible than the books a person actually has or hasn't read, or is not reading. They're also far easier to imitate than just spending a lot of time reading.
Ooh.
Thus, the incentives are aligned not really to encourage reading, as we've said before, they're to just kind of imitate the dialogue markers of being a reader. I think that it's this presentation that more accurately tracks the reading identity than anything else. Of course, there is a temptation here to leap to what I think would be a simplistic conclusion, that the group of identificatory readers are just phonies trying to cash in on the appearance of intellectualism without having read very much at all. But I don't even think that's the main effect of this value capture by aesthetics. For a start, I think many of these people are quite well read, and I don't see any reason necessarily to disbelieve them about that. And I also think that a far more insidious effect of this is what we touched upon in the last section but didn't draw out the full consequences of, which is where someone is discouraged from reading the kind of material that they would personally find intellectually stimulating, and forcing themselves to follow a list of classics instead, because a list of must-read classics that are the bare minimum for conversation is simpler and easier than learning to explore and indulge our own creative outlook, especially if you're just getting started and don't necessarily know where to start. Now, I'm not saying that there's no reason why classic books are recognized as classics. I mostly do read classics, and I find that I almost more insidious effect of this is what we touched upon in the last section but didn't draw out the full consequences of, which is where someone is discouraged from reading the kind of material that they would personally find intellectually stimulating and forcing themselves to follow a list of classics instead. Because a list of must-read classics that are the bare minimum for conversation is simpler and easier than learning to explore and indulge our own creative outlook, especially if you're just getting started and don't necessarily know where to start. Now, I'm not saying that there's no reason why classic books are recognized as classics. I mostly do read classics, and I find that I almost always really enjoy them. And if you've been around the channel for long enough, then you'll know that I'm pretty passionate about trying to encourage more people to approach these books. However, I don't think that the best way to get people into reading these books is to tell them that they're a kind of incurable ignoramus if they haven't read War and Peace cover to cover. One of the most interesting findings from recent educational research is that people tend to enjoy reading more as their reading skill increases. So if someone does want to develop their own reading, then they're more likely to enjoy it, and I would argue more likely to stick at it, if they choose to read books that they can still read pretty much fluently, yet also push them just a little bit out of their comfort zone. But this more moderating personal approach doesn't track the aesthetic of reading that's become our value-capturing proxy metric. This is what I mean when I say that the focus on the aesthetic and the identity of reading will discourage people from actually reading these books for themselves. It's not just that the general snobbery makes reading sound and seem rather intimidating, it's also that when it becomes the received way to approach reading, it sets many of us off on a path.
I see it.
Is she here?
There she is.
Hi.
She's here.
Yup. Hello.
Oh my god. Alright, do I need to go
Maka,
into the out
you
now?
know the thing. You gotta deaf and roast it.
Okay. I'll do that.
Joshua, you have the choice of whether you want to deafen or not. You just can't tell Maka what I'm about to tell TG, okay? Okay. TG, mute the screen.
Oh. Yeah, my rate is literally whatever your budget is. So like I can take a request for $30. I can take a request for 100. I prefer it around 60 to give me an hour to work. But I basically have $1 a minute. That's my rates.
60 isn't that bad.
Am I allowed to come into the out now?
Yeah,
Welcome.
you're allowed to come into the out now.
You know what? I might do
What did I miss?
but it's probably gonna have to be
Oh, nothing.
like next year if you're cool with it. Like, well, just like next year or any other year until I can get my ass up and get a job. You know what I mean?
Yes, I'm rooting for everyone to become wealthy in my community. Big fan of wealth. I'll work on it. I gotta figure out that secret as well. We're all on our financial journeys.
I wish I was wealthy. Jeez, and that would be amazing. I could probably get myself
Goodness
a really
gracious.
rock cabin down somewhere. I would love to get myself a mini cabin. Just like a small one. Just
Teeny
built
tiny.
for me. Just built for me down in Texas, you know?
Mm-hmm.
I think I got
Man.
Oh,
It's really. What do you mean you think you doxed yourself? We all know you live in Texas.
I'm just messing with you.
And it's hardly doxing yourself. It takes 13 hours to drive from Texas to Texas. That's not a good dox.
We're gonna go.
Maka, I swear, like, we gotta meet up sometime. Like,
Yes, we do. We gotta go out and do something, bruh.
like, I could drive a lorry with us. Well, a lorry with
Man,
us.
I don't think Awari lives in Texas anymore.
Oh,
Where did he go?
I don't know.
where'd that ball
But
go?
I don't think he lives in Texas anymore.
Dang. Well, I mean, wouldn't
My
be lovely
goodness
to come
gracious.
see you?
Absolutely. I'm like, I've got a whole lot of nothing going on, man.
Like,
How goes that job hunt, Maka?
The one thing we're not doing, though, is we are not going to Houston. I would rather shoot myself in the foot than go to Houston. We're
Yeah,
not
screw
going to
Houston. We don't like Houston up in here.
No.
Screw Houston.
Yeah.
Yeah, screw Houston. I went to Houston once for a field trip, and I would have to watch the sunrise from, like, the bus windows. It was so cool, but so tiring. My old phone died, so I had to, like, charge up my freaking teacher's phone. It was for a graphic design class.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
Well, that'll happen.
Like, Houston sucks. Like, there's nothing really there in Houston. Like, Galveston is fun.
It's like-
That's hot.
There is. It's just. It's like there's a lot to do in Houston. The problem is it's just so congested. It's so congested. There's so many sketchy people in there. It's such a sketchy area to go to. It's worse for the fact of like this is gonna kind of dox me, but not really because the quote unquote Houston area takes up so much space. But technically I live in the quote unquote Houston area, and the Houston is fun fact, Houston is one of, if not the human trafficking capital of the world. So that sucks.
Jesus.
Someone should do something
Yeah,
about
no.
that. They should do something about that.
It's a freaking nightmare to go down there. I'm like, you gotta keep your head on a swivel. It's just not great. It's so much trouble. It's so much more trouble than what it's worth.
Yeah, exactly. Man, like, well, okay. Well, so if you were to come down, like, in my area where I live, I'm not talking myself per se, but I live down here. But, like, dude, Manga, we have to go to the stock show. I really think you would love it.
Oh my god. The rodeo?
Yes, the
Dude.
rodeo.
I want to go to a
We could
rodeo.
go to rodeo. It'd be so awesome. But the thing is it costs so much money.
Oh, it really does. Plus, like, well, I keep missing the rodeo time. Like, well, I either arrive too late or too early. Like, well, I need to keep my head on a swivel for that. But, like, well, I love going down to the stockyards and seeing cattle drive. Just seeing the longhorns, like, just walk down the street is so amazing.
Woo! That sounds like Texas, all right.
We need to find find a local rodeo that's outside of Houston.
There you
Because
go.
there are so many of them. I went to one, I think it was in like Bryan, which is forever away, so I'm not doxing myself. But I think there was like one in Bryan that I went to a year or two ago, and it was really, really fun.
I haven't gone to a rodeo in years. Like,
Yeah, I went when I was really young. So that's-
have you ever heard of Trader's Village, Maka?
I believe so.
Yeah, it's like a little flea market and stuff. The last time I went, they had a powwow, so that was pretty fun.
I've been wanting to go to a powwow so bad, and I just haven't had time to even consider it. I just haven't thought about it. But I feel like, yeah, that's a goal. I'd love to go to a powwow.
I'm back. I'm like, I know we've got a handful of them down here.
Powwows are fun. Like, they really are fun. Like, the music, the singing, it's all amazing. I love it.
Oh, put that on my docket.
Yeah.
Time to make it to one of
Oh my
those.
goodness gracious.
Galveston, oh Galveston.
Man, I wonder what Tiffany's up to.
Who can say? Who can say?
We can't tell you. We can't tell you.
Who can
Sigh.
say? Who can say?
I'm sorry, Martha. I'm sorry, but I can't. I want to so bad, but I cannot.
I hate my like it keeps wanting me to save to the iCloud, but I'm like, I don't want to save to iCloud because you're always loaded. Like they act like it's so convenient, but it's not because iCloud gets it's full every 5 seconds because I don't delete anything on my phone.
Man.
And it sucks,
My
like,
goodness gracious.
downloading channels and sent to your computer, because, like, I literally just put them all in, like,
50
a folder
billion
of, like,
pages of sent.
what chapters are based.
That'd be hilarious if we did have 50 billion pages of sent. What would even be on them?
We definitely have over 1,000 now.
Let's
Certainly
go.
over 1,000.
I've been cooking.
Man. Certainly over 1,000, and most of them over 1,000 edited by yours truly.
So
Oh,
true.
Lizzie,
So
while I have you, did you take a look at that message I sent you in our DMs?
no, not the one today. I think I glanced over and saw a DM, but I haven't gotten to it because it's not my spiritual gift to look at messages.
Fine.
It's
Oh my
not my
God,
spiritual
yeah.
gift to look at
Good
messages.
lord.
Who's quoted for
You got this. I'm not gonna let you quote it.
Mainly it's because, like, I want to compose for your series, like, very bad. Like, so very bad. I do know some basic, like, music theory and stuff, but I do want to, like, compose for set. I have Band Lab open on my
I already
computer
forgot
right
what she
now.
said.
She said it's not my spiritual gift to answer
That-
messages. There it is.
pause. What?
I would support you composing. You have my permission and full blessing to do so. I support all forms of art adjacent to synth. Much appreciated.
I do want to do like a theme song for Bruce and one for Emmett, and also one based around where Emmett fights Tatanka.
Ooh, interesting.
Tatanka.
Okay.
Not Tatanka.
Hmm.
That one would be crazy.
Yeah, well, unfortunately for Band Lab, like, they don't have the instruments I'm
Damn it.
looking for. So they have, they have all sorts of instruments, but not the ones I'm looking for. So I'm, like,
Man.
looking for snare drums and all that, and they don't have that, but they have tricos and timpanis and all that.
Man.
Yeah, so,
Mark Java is flipping over on me, bruh. This, who does she think she is?
Indeed.
maybe I could, like, whip
She
something
thinks
up.
she's the
But my second option is installing a DAW called Reaper. So that's free. So you have a free trial.
Your sacred honor.
To get like a memo of like what I'm gonna do, like Red Dead Redemption 2 like helps with some of those soundtrack itches, and I can listen to like old Western cartoons like Gunsmoke or whatever. But yeah, I really want to do that so bad. I really
Heck yeah.
that would be awesome. To not only like bring your scenes to life, like physically, but like musically too.
I would love that. I love Western music a lot. I feel like that's one of my favorite things. One of the most iconic soundtracks that's not really been replicated that's a Western is The Good and the Bad and the Ugly, which I feel like I'm surprised there's not more experimental soundtrack playing with that like that. But are you pursuing composing, Lenny, as a career?
Yeah. Sweet jeez, if I can get through stuttering and speech calmly, that would be
You got it?
Mm-hmm.
I'm so sorry. I just get frustrated with myself when I start to stutter. Like, you guys will hear it. As for composing, I dabbled in it a little bit when I was younger. I haven't as much now. I got FL Studio on my old laptop, which I uninstalled because it was slow as molasses, and you have to literally pay $100 to like get whatever you need. So,
Everything's
no.
expensive.
But I
Yeah.
have messed around with BandLab, so that's basically it. But I will make a playlist on like Western pieces, like bluegrass in there. Just I don't know, but I do.
Spotify, you're being real mean to me right now. Sorry,
With
I
this
have my
playing now.
music playing.
Spotify is always mean. I'm trying to just make a better playlist for rap, and it's literally filled with Christian music. I love
I have-
designers. I love music.
I have my banjo playlist on, and the song that just started playing is Johnny Boy's Bones
Man,
by Coulter Wall and the Dead South.
a little on the nose, don't you think? Interesting.
Wait, did you see Banjo playlist?
Yeah.
That's on you.
I have a
That's on
playlist-
you.
I have a playlist called Banjo for the Soul.
I love that. I love banjo.
I know there is one
Me too.
Banjo song. Wait, okay, I got it.
I wish I could ask you for the playlist, but I don't use Spotify, so it wouldn't be any good.
Man.
But you're welcome to drop some recommendations in the.
Oh, okay. Heavy.
I really
Sorry.
Western songs fit, because nothing fits him at this point, and it's driving me up the wall insane. Martha, I'm gonna give you this in the music thread. Have you ever heard of this song?
I have a ton of Emmett songs, by the way. I have so many Emmett songs.
Yes! Yes, I know.
Oh, I love it. I really love it.
Gosh darn.
That's literally the perfect song that sings fire
Dog, this song makes me so sad. I hate this song, but it's so good.
Why do you hate it if it sounds so good?
It's so good. Ugh.
Actually, recommend me some Western songs, because the only thing I have is like rock and like Christian rock. So I need like
I highly recommend going to go check out Coulter Wall. Coulter Wall is a really good song artist. I enjoy a lot of his music, and then also the Dead South is also very nice. I really like the way that his voice sounds.
When I think Western, I think like soundtrack, not music.
Yeah.
Not like singing
Yeah.
songs.
Ugh. Goodness gracious. I just have a handful of everything. And I'm like, oh yes. Reminds me of- Gosh, baby. Sorry, I'm checking on my. I'm checking on my Tamagotchi life, and I completely forgot that Mocha and Zeke finally had a freaking kid after 3 months.
Man.
Oh, man, I need to be dedicated to my lore because I'm not. I'm like literally not dedicated to whatever lore I'm picking up.
It's really, really funny though. Freaking. So like they finally had a kid, right? They had a baby girl, and she came out looking almost identical to Zeke, and I'm like, that's canon. That's so canon.
Aww. I had a baby brother. He's perfect in every way.
Huh?
I'm quoting.
Did she come out human or is she like a super? Like both?
Well, technically, all Sunka are going to have Sunka offspring.
Yep. Default.
Yeah.
Yep. My goodness gracious. But yeah, no, it's the other things that most of the time, whenever a Sunka is paired with a human, the offspring will come out looking mostly like the human parent.
Guys, that's why Emmett looks like Agnes.
Oh!
Not Agnes. What did I call her? Agnes.
That is her name.
It is Agnes.
Really?
Yes, her
Or
name.
Agatha.
Or Agatha. Okay. Agnes.
It was Agatha.
Agnes.
Stop.
Agatha all along.
Goodness gracious.
Agatha all
True.
along. Yes.
What does Juby want? I swear to God, if she's like, I might have a crush on Phoebe again. Gosh darn it!
I
like
really
this.
love hearing
I like this a lot.
character discussion. I love hearing about this. But that last ramble made me so sad. What is wrong with you?
That's what I said. That was me. Listen, you don't understand. That was me waking up one morning to just like an entire short novel in my DMs, and I'm like, dude. What's worse is that The Winner Takes All by ABBA was playing when I started reading it, and I'm like, hey, man, hey, kid, hey.
You're gonna hate me for this.
What? What ramble did you do?
It's like a discussion ramble about how like in cross lines, should Ohanji die, there's a real possibility that Stemmerset will either kill or enslave her children.
They're definitely gonna do either or, anyway.
Either or. You know, whichever comes first.
Yeah, Maka, here's just
We'll burn that bridge when we get to it or whatever.
Can't wait. It's gonna be fun.
Or we can burn it now.
No.
I sound evil for that. I really do. Oh,
I sound evil for that. Yes.
Okay, well, there is this over song, like, with The Winner Takes All, but, like, well, it's also the night we met, and it crushes my freaking soul! It wrecks my soul!
I love that song, but I hate that song. It makes me hurt.
It makes me hurt, too. It makes me hurt, too. And Sting, what could have been? That also makes me hurt, too.
What could have been from Arcane?
Yes!
I look over at my playlist that is in for an entirely different reason. And it is a much worse context.
Let me see here.
My goodness gracious. Speaking of Kit, did you finish the playlist?
I did not finish the playlist.
Can you DM me the playlist, please? I wanna take a look.
It's,
I'm almost done what
it's
could
my
have been.
Mocha, it's my basically he got pushed down into it, so it clamped down on his side.
I'm back.
Welcome back.
I went and listened to What Could Have Been, and I thought it was amazing. So thank you for mentioning that. Beautiful.
Yes.
Wow.
Of course.
Wow.
Yeah. The reason why that's in her playlist is because there is another character, that she was. I don't know how to phrase this properly. Romantically involved with.
That could mean anything.
And that could mean anything. I was like, that's the easiest way I can say it anyway. It's very, very complicated though.
Oh, really?
But
Hmm.
when Mocha
Suspicious.
and her brothers had fled from the brood, partially why they left when they did was because of something that this other character had done. And so basically after them fleeing and leaving, he felt really betrayed. But the thing is though is that it's entirely their fault. But they just don't think that they're capable of doing anything wrong. So it's like, it's not my fault. This is all her fault. And I'm like, oh buddy.
Hold on. Where have I heard this before? Mouth washing. Sorry.
Hey.
No, you're so...
I ruined it.
Get out of here! No, but you wanna know what's actually so horrible and disgusting? You wanna know what I thought of? I had this thought popped into my head like yesterday. Was this character and Mocha obsession AU, dude? It would be so horrible.
So I have not watched Obsession to my great chagrin. I've seen I've watched some good summary thingies. Not to be
Don't
elusive.
watch it unless you're prepared to leave that movie as an entirely different person.
I liked what I saw quite a bit. I thought it looked quite nice.
I like this one video I saw where it's like when the horror shit happens and nobody's like moving, and then it's like when Bear's speaking.
And then when Bear's on screen. I need him dead yesterday.
Like video
I need.
well, it just like sucked my heart out because like Bear
I
is
need-
technically the villain of the story.
I need everybody. No, I need everybody in that movie except for Nikki lined up and shot.
Damn.
I need everyone. Everyone up against the wall. God.
They failed her. Like they actually.
They did.
They failed her.
They did.
Like, what the hell? Sorry for my. But yeah.
Man, it made me so mad. It made me so mad.
And just thinking about it now pisses me off too because like, man, like, just well, I mean, only if you didn't make that wish, none of the shit that happened with her would not have happened. Like, you not only took her body, but you took her agency too, man. What the?
It's so funny to me. Some parts of that movie were so genuinely funny to me. Like when he was talking to the store clerks and everything. I'm like, that's so funny. It's hilarious. It's just like you could. It's like you could kill yourself.
From what I saw,
That was a great wish.
from what I saw in the movie,
Because he doesn't want to kill himself. Like,
I know.
wow, who he doesn't want to kill himself? What a crazy guy. Sorry.
like
Well,
he's just.
my as always, I'm always a little bit more on the like, I'm trying to like. I don't think the director intended for. I think just like now Jimmy is way more of a villain in Mouthwashing, but I feel like with all of them, I think there's this contest to make sure everyone knows, like I feel like everyone goes really intense about like for example Curly being the other villain of the story. Like I feel like. I get what you're trying to do, which is to clarify how everyone's.
I need to explain.
My problem is like
Explain the rest of Bear.
I also feel like there's
Explain this.
I feel like there's a lot of arrogance to the idea, like the idea of like every other person. Now, to be fair, I haven't watched the whole thing, but I think there's this idea that like if you didn't immediately infer that she was like possessed or not in her right mind based on like a lot of things, I think there's an idea that like, well, as the audience obviously figured it out, but the movie made it very obvious to you. It's like, well, you can't. Easy to say that you would have been the one really figuring things out faster. It's just like, okay, like.
No, listen. If you are friends with somebody for a number of years and you see them change that drastically, you need to understand something is up. Because what do you mean we're playing Jenga at a party and then all of a sudden you like freak out and you go, I'm not me, and then you take a broken bottle to your face. Oh my god.
Yeah, but I think a lot of people will be like, oh, that person's behaving crazy, and then they'll like, even if it's like, I don't know if you've ever had a friend act a fool sometimes, but it's not really you. Do you want to have beef with them? Do you want to get into all that? Do you think it would have gone well? Do you think it would have gone well?
I want to know.
By the way,
happening.
I'm not saying.
I'm being like, hey, are you okay?
I'm not saying they did the right thing, but I do think the idea that they're all inherently villainous for not really proactively like dealing with someone's mental issues like themselves, I think it's like easy to say, but I'm always liking to be a little reflective. Same thing with Curly, like easy to say that you would have been the one to figure out, to be the white knight to come in and solve the problem. But like sometimes like you're like, oh, those people are having some conflict. Like, do we all not know someone who's in somewhat maybe of a toxic relationship, and are we getting ourselves involved in their beef? Not really. Maybe we should, but we don't, because sometimes you just kind of got to live your own life and let people make their mistakes, you know. Now, like, I'm not saying that's the right thing to do, or obviously in the story it would have been, I would have really liked if someone had been better, but I always feel like we all get on this like quick to be like, look at how evil everyone who didn't fix the problem was, and I'm like, I'm always a bit on the, let the story be nuanced.
At the very least, Bear, dude. Bear needs to get out of here. I needed him dead yesterday.
He really does.
Well, you got it. He's dead.
Tiffany, I don't know if you know the scene, because you haven't seen the movie, but there is a scene where he's basically trying to like sneak out, and Nikki wakes up.
I know the scene.
And it's basically like,
yeah,
she's like help me. She basically is begging.
Well, she wants him to kill her.
She's saying the other Nikki is asleep. It's like, I need you to kill me, and his response is, what's so bad about being with me?
Yeah, I remember. I know that. I know.
And she says, I was never with you. She said, I've never been with you. I've never been with you.
Dude, Bear is such a freaking guy. I say with disdain.
He's such a guy.
Ugh. Okay, first of all, I think
He's
you
a
need
man
to
who
understand that.
won't own up to his actions.
I was gonna say, I don't like the whole like wishing for somebody to be romantically involved with you, because why the frick would you even want that? Realistically, why would you want somebody who hasn't expressed interest in you before to like suddenly be all up in your face like that?
Well,
First of all, I think it's really annoying that, first of all, it's the fact, again, we're back at the take responsibility bit again, because like you said, bro just he ends his life, right?
Yes.
No.
Well, I mean, he gets scared after doing it, but I feel like he tries to. He succeeds, but he tried not to for a sec.
Yeah, it's a situation of the thing. Okay, so basically what happened was he went into the bathroom and took a bunch of pills to try and overdose, and then Nikki ended up using another one, Willow,
which is pretty clever.
She wished that Bear loved her as much as she loved him, and so then they embrace, etc., and then the pills kick in. But he was trying to throw them up beforehand because he was trying to back out, but he didn't get the chance to because then Nikki made the wish.
Yeah. Anyway, I feel like if the story is supposed to be like, just like I think mouthwashing, which is, I think both Obsession and Mouthwashing are trying to take a complex look at how we can find ourselves in toxic relationships, and how our friends can react to those toxic relationships. And like with Bear, you could argue he's having a majority horrifying time the whole movie, but he's choosing because he wants what he wants so badly. He's willing to put up with all this crap to like get this one thing when in reality he needs to make peace. Okay, she's not in her right mind. Now, obviously, she should know she's cursed. But I think if we're going to step up and reflect on how relationships can be like that, you could say that in toxic relationships, no one's happy. And now you could say he should, because of her not being in her right mind, he should have been the one to, but obviously in this story, nothing he was going to do was, he should have, you don't know what would have happened if he actually tried to end the relationship. But whatever the case, again, I just like the idea of like chewing on what it represents in like, if now obviously like there's also like the fear, like I do think sometimes people give up on relationships easy too. I don't know if there's a lot of movies about that aside from like Fireproof. Not that I'm saying that, no, obviously in this scenario it's like obvious everyone should have seen that this was toxic. But I tell you what, I know a lot of friends, I've seen some relationships, I'm like, I don't know how I feel about that one, but like, and I've seen some, now I do see, the only ones I see step in on toxic relationships are like family. There was a girl in our college group. Hey Dolly, there was a girl in our college group who had apparently a toxic relationship, and her brother was like actively having to like really put up a good fight to convince her to not run off, because the truth is, if two people think they're both in love, if you try to like step in and be like, hey, this ain't healthy, you know what they do? They cut you off and they run off and you never talk to them again. That's really normal. So it's a tough thing to deal with toxic relationships, to be fair, which I would love to see that addressed as well. Like the toxicity of we're right for each other and everyone else who doesn't agree is inherently against us. I know. What can you do? What can you do? I don't know, but I appreciate the attempt at a little bit of complexity. So I always have to be like, I know that obviously I don't think the movie was trying to be subtle that Bear was being a bad man. He was making nasty choices, and also the results of his choices were self-harming as well, which is, I think, an interesting complex element. I think some people write movies and things where like somehow one side's winning and one side's losing, but if you're going to be toxic or selfish or not pay attention to your partner and what they need, you are going to experience consequences as well. And I think that's an interesting thing to address, which I like personally. But I need to actually sit down and experience it. I keep watching like adjacent videos to it. So like just like a lot of movies. Same thing with weapons. I want to watch Weapons, but can I? Oh, I don't know.
It's so visceral.
Get out of me.
It's
Weapons
so visceral.
Get out of me.
I know I would like Weapons a lot. I know it.
I really liked Weapons from this one lady who explained the movie, and she really got into the themes, and it's so interesting how I love how horror actually addresses some real fears and everything, and the whole like witch's possession, it can almost be used as a metaphor for like substance abuse, because it really like took one of the boys' parents away from him, in the sense of like they just weren't acting like themselves anymore. They were neglectful. They just weren't responding to him anymore, and it just sucked because he was in a really precarious position, because here he is in a house with a woman who doesn't even care about him, and she's all like, we should leave, and he's all like, I want you to leave. You know, like the fact that little man's had enough agency to be like, I want you to leave. I'm only gonna do this because I want you to leave. You know?
Interesting. I love that. I love that horror's like dabbling.
Even offended. The fact that the witch had the audacity to be offended that this little boy didn't even want to go with her, let alone be around her, is like insane to me.
Yeah, I love that the horror is trying to take on some like complex elements. It's really cool.
Twitch do not get us banned for this, but I also like how
I'm back.
The director denies any sort of connection in that medium, but I honestly think it's a really good example of the aftermath.
What?
What?
Yeah,
What?
your giant TV.
Thank you, thank you, thank you.
Who's that outside the window?
That's not.
What
It's
does that mean?
Don't ask.
What does that mean?
I don't know. I might change that. We'll see.
Jay, you should not have said anything, dang it.
What does that mean?
I like leaving her in suspense.
Now,
Oh my
Mama's
God,
furious.
How did that shark get there?
Oh, that's
Oh,
just right there.
Man, I can't believe you're writing the Sharknado crossover.
Yep, you weren't expecting that, were ya?
Nice. Yeah.
you
Oh
know
my
what?
goodness.
You joke, but that might happen in a few years. Anyway.
Oh no. Oh, you know what?
Sharknado 6, thank God it's over.
Oh yes, thank God it's over. Like, they better not make any, and they better not make any more because, like, God, those films are god awful.
I would love if they
I love them. They're so bad, they're amazing.
They're
Yes.
so bad, they're great. Though I will say, I recently found a franchise that can contend with those movies in the sense of they had zombie animals. I think this is something that you and me watched together.
Zombies!
Yep.
Zombies!
Yep.
Zombie!
Dude, the fact that homie got killed on his birthday is crazy work. Anyway.
Bro,
I love Zoomies. Don't you besmirch Zoomies' good name.
I have never seen
Don't
Zoomies.
besmirch them.
Never.
Oh,
I really
I still need to watch Aquarium of the Dead.
I do too.
Bruh.
Let's watch it together.
Let's watch it together.
Man, I want to watch it with you guys. Sheesh.
We'll put that in the. There's a few movies I want to add to movie day. So
Oh,
movie
can we have Spirit? Have you guys seen Spirit?
Yeah,
Mm-mm.
I have seen Spirit. I like the soundtrack. It's a really good soundtrack.
Oh man, the soundtrack is so peak. I love the soundtrack. I love Sound of Bugle. Oh, it's so good. It's so good. It's so good. I think that film, like, made me have like a love of horses when I was younger.
I wish the horses that talked in it. That was my one challenge. I felt like they need to do a real horse movie with like actual talking horses. Let's have it.
Yeah.
People would love it.
Give us talking.
Yeah.
I mean, it was good, but it wasn't like I wish it. Yep. Yep.
I like
there is this
Gonzo.
artist.
Yeah.
Also, I love him.
Yeah. It is good.
There is this artist I seen around on Instagram. I forgot her name, but they actually draw like Spirit and Rain as humans, and I love the design of Rain. She's beautiful.
I think I've seen that. It's pretty cool.
I love that artist.
Oh, I love her. I love her too. But it's like, well,
Is she the one with the deer woman?
Yes, that's her.
Yep, I love her. I love her so much.
Oh, she's so.
Oh, Jane Doe, how I adore you.
She's so good. That kind of makes me want to like get into like different cultures and like different tribes because like not because I find them interesting, like well I want to learn more about them, you know?
Not because I find them interesting or anything.
I find them interesting because I want to be respectful when learning about them. Dang it, you know? Good lord, that's gonna turn into a censored quote, and I'm gonna be mocked for the rest of my life. Thanks.
No. Oh my god.
Oh lord.
I guess they wouldn't have any reason
I'm
to.
so very scared.
I was gonna say
I had
he'd probably be wearing different attire in this situation.
I know. I'm just figuring out what he's doing now that I realize that they don't have they're not, suited for the occasion. Suited.
I'm so. My Spotify is being mean to me again. It's another song that makes me think of. It's another song that made me think of Prairie Rose, and I'm so mad about it.
Oh.
It's Smoke and Ashes by the Lonely Heartstring Band.
Ah, man. You know what song like rips me in two? That's like kind of country based. Have you ever heard of the band Carrie?
I don't think so.
Oh my god, if I'm not young, lift me in two so bad.
Man. Tiffany, you want to go listen to Smoke and Ashes so bad.
Like, that's the song.
I feel like I've heard Smoke and Ashes, but I think I liked it quite a bit. Let me go hear it.
Oh, I forgot what I was looking up. Oh, Stealing Sheep.
Smoke and Ashes.
I really think
By
that
the
song.
way-
Yeah. To ashes and... Is it to Ashes and Blood? No, Smoke and Ashes. Hang on.
Smoke and Ashes by the Lonely Hearts Club Band.
Oh, the Lonely... Oh, okay. The...
Hello, Pearl.
Hello?
Pearl.
Oh,
I really.
wow, this is completely obscure.
Yeah, I really think that this song.
Hi, Pearl.
Emmett. Have you ever heard of like Stealing Sheep? The song Shut Eye?
Yes.
Oh, I love that song.
I
Have you ever heard of?
need to go to the bathroom.
Have you ever heard of the song?
Okay. I don't know.
It's that veteran dog car.
I just realized I'm muted still. Lame.
Kill my. I'm sorry. No.
I was like, I can't kill myself. No.
I'm gonna give myself a little prayer that my model artist not only still around to maybe take more commissions. I would love to actually. You know what? If I
I've never subdued a yawn before. Ugh.
why isn't this working?
Hey, Don.
My oops. It's because it's trying to make me spend money. I don't want to spend money. Don't do this to me. Okay.
I mean, it wasn't
Fine.
my specialty, but I tried to do it and it felt my jaw kind of hurts.
Ah! Okay, back to work. We're locking in. Let's see. I still am so, I'm gonna forever kick myself. So, why was that so hard to find? That's just frustrating. Am I missing? Nope, nothing. Not missing anything on Twitch or YouTube. Yosh. So I just finished reading the book Victory at Yorktown
Perfect.
for all who care about such exciting thing.
Thank you.
Yep.
Correct me, but that's a horse in the background, right?
Where?
Unless it's here.
I just sent it in the
Oh, let me come see.
That's
Yes, it is. Or very oddly designed man. You know what I mean? Oh, we lost somebody.
Honora just crashed.
No, I was answering Nora. Okay, I'll come back.
that's a horse.
I was saying yes. That or it's a really odd man.
That should be a horse.
That should be a horse. Yes, so yes, I did. But look at me. But that, and again, unfortunately, you know, maybe they might look like that. Did I look at reference at all? I would have hoped that I did. Tiffany.
It's anyone's guess as to if you use references during
Tiffany.
Report 6.
I would like to think I did, but I don't always. Honestly, here's my biggest, you know what I recently discovered is my biggest, like, kind of L, I think, in the fort design.
Doors opening in different directions.
That's one of the biggest ones. But the other one is, it doesn't, so my logs for the wall, I have them so smooth, and in reality, like, I'm designing these trees with, like, little branches and stuff. They should have knobs and chunks out of them from, like, where they smoothed off the, you know, the branches. So it's like a little bit, it's just details. Honestly, I'm kind of glad I didn't bother, because it's like, what a hassle.
Always says,
The verisimilitude. The verisimilitude.
these
What
lines
the
are so
frick is that?
close.
Sorry.
It's like, oh, but we are. It's like, nobody's looking back, but I am.
It says, oh. I love how it says the reason I hate taking the subway, and everybody's looking at the cyclist, but no, that he's not the issue. I'll say.
I'm letting, I wanted to include Borden. I want an excuse to draw Borden, so he's in here. Hopefully that's okay. He's just the nearest
I'm just saying it makes sense. that
man
he's
of
there.
God. Hopefully he'll
Priest, we know.
pastor. He ain't built like them. He ain't a priest.
What the frick is this?
Oh. I'm so stressed about the model thing. I'm first of all stressed that I lost it. You know how expensive that thing was? And also,
Very.
I'm frustrated that I ignored my very good... Listen, this is a phenomenal modeler. In fact, if y'all ever want to dabble with 3D modeling, if I manage to get in touch with this guy, like, literally, like... So, like, for the Dolman, if I was to do it, he threw out like $100 to do it. And he's really good. So, like, obviously that's a lot of money, but for a 3D model, it's not. Especially someone who's good like he is. So, just throw that. So if he gets it back in touch, I'll, you know, try and take advantage of his skill. If I wonder if I wanted to do a new model, what it would look like. Obviously, if I had infinite money, which I don't, but so I won't do it. But I would do a big Emmett versus Otakte, or even an Emmett versus Ohanzi, We're almost there. A big Emmett versus. I need to do one. I need to do it.
I'm gonna go get my food.
Oh, interrupted. Can you believe this? No one respects me around here. I would love to do a big Emmett versus Hansi piece for the upcoming, you know, content.
Very, very hyped.
I'm excited. I'm so excited. Oh my gosh. Y'all, no one's ready. It's gonna get so exciting. Literally from this chapter on, it's just nothing but gas. Having a hard time, Pearl.
Yes.
I'm so sorry.
But I need to spend my money.
Preach! Preach!
So I can pass this fucking level.
Oh, we're having different conflicts here.
Stop playing pay to win.
I can't help it.
I recently discovered there's a fort near me, right? Like in Winston, near my local area, like maybe 45 minutes out from where I live. I'm like, what have I been doing? I'm not embracing any of my local history at all. You'd think I would, but heaven forbid I get informed about my own residency. Heaven forbid. Alright, who am I drawing here? This is the challenge, because we have to have like a chaotic scene. But also these pews are here. Maybe have someone on top of the pews. I'll pick my favorite, who are my favorite mountain men? We should draw, the one that, the
What about my favorite mountain man? You ever thought about that?
Surely we agree on who your favorites are. Surely we all have the same favorites, yes? Yes?
Perchance, maybe.
I'm thinking.
Hold on, let me go get my cheat sheet.
I will tell you mine. You can tell me if they agree with your favorites. How about that?
I'm gonna get my cheat sheet.
Where are my? What is this
You have a cheat
organization?
sheet? Nora, fetch me my cheat sheet.
What's that?
My favorites would be Roderick and Boston.
Yes, those are my boys.
I guess I should put Peter in there, but he's not my favorite. I should.
I guess I should put Peter in there. Let him go to the wedding.
Let him go to the wedding.
He was invited.
I'm.
The cheat sheet. If you could just put it in chat.
I also really want to do John fan art. I feel like John has earned his sexy photo art piece, but I have to.
Yeah.
These giant bees are making me crazy. It makes me want to stuff their. I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna do it.
Fan service.
You know what? It'd be. I want to do John fan service. I got the vision. I have the vision for John fan service, but I need the time. I'm like just about to go out there to that giant hornet's nest and stuff it full of like a towel so they can't get out. That's my goals. I can't spray it. I need to call an exterminator. They're so big and awful, and they're just frolicking in and out of their stupid hole, and I hate them so much. And I spray it and I spray it and I spray it and nothing happens, and I'm like, just die. Or a pressure washer. Can I pressure wash them to death? No, they would take it. They'd take it like champs because they're built different.
I'm like, Zeke is definitely gonna be there. Zeke is absolutely there.
Zeke. Yes. Yes. I never. Let's see. Where? Okay.
It's like that's her brother. What are you talking about?
Yes. That's a good point. Oh, yes. Hang on. Let me, hang on. Where the heck is my Where's my freaking information? Okay.
That row more like.
Okay.
Whoa!
Sorry.
Okay. I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna risk my life to go stuff a towel or something.
I have no idea where that came from.
Good night.
Good morning. Can you stop reducing my max health? You big
No,
ass
keep
bull.
reducing it. Keep reducing it.
I need my health. God damn. just impale them. Just, I don't know. I guess that works. I'm not work done before. I need a lot of work done. This that is, I'm not getting any of my work done. I should be writing.
Same, but I am writing. I'm just making slow progress.
Me. What? Oh. You are shitting me. Okay. What is this? Uh, Playing through my iPad on my phone is a choice. Because I have to reach over my iPad and then I'm not even trying to do that. I'm just doing something. What? Oh, I just. Okay. Where is my barrel? Where is my barrel? Any of y'all see my podcast setup I have right now?
Yes, I can. voice chat, by the way, kids, so I don't know if you are.
I'm back.
Is Kid still in the voice chat, or
Yeah, it is.
I mean, is he? But they're just writing the chat.
Just writing share.
Hey, what's going on?
I don't know. Okay. No finger. Stop. Okay.
I love that.
Which one?
Probably a grown man being very dramatic about being sick. Man. I need to get the writing too because I'm
I was thinking about my guilty pleasure. I can't get. It was only a matter of time till I pull up with one.
I have my prologue written. I just haven't written anything else.
Bro, I haven't even finished the damn story I'm writing because I need someone to proofread, and that's tough. What it's like, I'm at angst filled. Angst filled.
Oh wait, do I? Oh.
Of course, now I'm annoying. But yeah, Nora, I swear, I was going to get you, my boy, for you to absolutely torture for men. What?
In my defense, I had exams and did everything else except writing.
Yeah. I mean, you wrote a thing that somebody got kicked in the balls for last birthday. So what?
No, that wasn't last birthday. That was just suddenly it came out of nowhere. Okay. Last day I just nearly killed Shadrach. Okay.
Oh, last one, yeah. Yeah, you nearly killed Shadrach. And I nearly killed Len for that last thing.
Exactly.
What?
My boy.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Bro's not doing well in this thing.
He never is.
He never, man.
Listen, Lenny, I can't control when the inspiration strikes. And yesterday the inspiration struck with horses. Okay.
Horses.
Yeah.
Bro.
You know, like being productive where you see me asking real things in voice chat, and I was asking really real things in voice chat yesterday. Or like
living, doing stuff.
Good luck.
My phone is heating up to a ridiculous level. This gacha game, in particular, really fucks it up, apparently.
What gotcha game is it? What's it called?
Verse 99, the one I'm not streaming, but you can see on my camera feed.
Yeah, I can see it.
Fuck! Did she fall asleep too? God damn it, Lucy. Everyone's asleep. Get up, you bastards. Oh my god. Everyone is literally asleep.
I mean, being asleep is better than being dead, am I right?
Lucy, you need to wake up. You're my damn stealer, goddammit.
Hi, Shortline.
We quiet on the creek. Are people on the roll? Or we just chilling?
Not right now. We're just chilling. I am not. I don't know if someone else wants to. I'm writing, so.
戻ります。お待たせしました。I was battling my the hornet, these demon wasp things that have like a little home in our home, and I've been spraying them by. My plan didn't go as planned. I was hoping to stuff their little home full of like a towel, but
Oh man, don't get stung, GG. Like, wasp stings suck. Like,
dude, these
suck real bad.
well, these ain't normal wasps. These are like mega super wasp. Like
Oh, no.
they're built different. I've been spraying them directly in the face with wasp killer, and they just buzz off like I didn't do anything to them. They're so hefty.
Hey, don't, man,
You know a lot more balls than I do.
I was scared out there, so I sprayed what was a roach killer or something on in the nest area. I wish the spray range was a little farther because I did not like getting close. I don't know if it worked or not, but they're a little hesitant to go into the nest, which I'm hoping means that it's working. It's doing better than the other one. The other one, I would spray the nest and them like all day, and they would just keep coming in and out like I'd not done anything. I'm wondering if it's expired, but I thought my mom just bought new. Well, I don't know. Maybe it's just really pathetic wasp killer. I don't know, but or they're just built different. They're big honking things. Like they're so big. Nightmare fuel. Did we decide on so?
If there was a wasp,
Oh, yes.
I feel like if there was a wasp in my house, I would freak out.
Well, luckily they're not in the house. They're in the walls outside, so their nest goes to the outside, not inside. Thank God. Though I did see some big ones in our guest room, and I'm like, how'd they get in there? Worrisome.
oh man.
But we have a cabin, so there's a lot of like potential for infestation. Last year, I had hornets in here all the time, so they must have had a nest somewhere connected to my room in here, and I had to kill hornet like every day. I've only had to kill like.
I would love to get a cabin.
I'm very fortunate to be here. Yep, it's wonderful. So
This game mode, I hate it. I hate it.
Maka wanted Zeke, and also I'm just gonna free ball the rest of them. So Zeke,
So much.
where is it?
Lucy, kill it, please.
Where is it? Is the theme of this?
Play Red Dead Online. You guys take care. I might download Twitch and jump on one of your streams, but you take care.
Yeah, great, will do.
Bye. Take care.
Bye. I need to write for Bruce.
Yeah, you do. I need to summon.
Yeah.
I need to do a big summon of all the previous editors to make sure they know that they're that it's going on.
Yeah. Yeah, do a summon. Do a summon. Anyway,
Yeah.
bye-bye.
All right, I was gonna listen to Smoke and Ashes. One moment. Ooh, then what? Man, we've been a part of this whole journey with you. With the getting the internship and now the escaping the internship.
Yeah. This was just a resume builder. I didn't really have an intention about going to the big Home Depot, the big orange. But I got my skills. I got it on my resume. It looked more impressive.
Woohoo!
Some other things.
Nice.
And mission accomplished, I guess.
Well done. Now what? What's the next step of your life?
The next step of my life is I finish, and then I kind of crash for 2 weeks and like update my resume, and then I go back to school, and then I get an internship next year at a company that I actually want to work with.
I would hope so. I would hope so. Well, sounds like a great plan to me. Sounds like things are going right. Things are going according to plan.
Fantastic plan.
Indeed.
Excellent plan.
I need to make some plans. Basically, right now, my brain is focused on Brood Day and Kit's requests, and then the next will be my desperate flinging myself back into the next chapter. But
Heating up my phone. My phone is heating up my pillow. Because of all the graphics on screen. It's so crazy.
a lot going on.
Yeah. Oh, tonight I will read the most recent chapter of that.
Oh my gosh, yes! Have you been spoiled by anything, or is this going to be a new experience, hopefully?
I know it involves John.
That's fair. That is the title of the chapter.
And some of the new panels, but I haven't like actually sat down and read them. It's certainly happening.
It's happening. Big stuff's about to go down. About to get
So
exciting.
true. Stuff of all time.
I know, it's all about to come together.
The story is definitely being told.
The story is being told. It's happening. Here's the thing with the wedding. It's more like no one would be armed, so this would be quite the fiasco. It would definitely be a bad turn of events, I think. I don't know if Kit intends for everyone to die in this scenario, but I hope not. I'm assuming not, because Murava clearly lives long enough to be sad, so somehow.
Anyway,
Sad. Sad. That's how it be sometimes.
would Samasai be the Widowmaker?
Emmett's, that's valid. I mean, you know. 2 widows were made that day. Poetry. Poetry. Good job, Emmett. You're a boss.
Oh, you're right.
He built different.
He's dumb stupid.
Built stupid. I'm gonna have Peter climb. Climbing wouldn't make any sense, though. I would like them on top of the... Well, actually, people should be in the pews. Nah, this is complicated.
See if I can sneak in behind the Driving in my truck right after a beer. Wait, no, that's not. Is it? It's doing so well. Yeah.
I can't believe... I'm still mad at myself for, like... not, I'll make a friend with him too. Let's be friends! I'm sorry I didn't do it before. I didn't understand Discord at the time. It's no excuse. I'm just kicking myself right now for so many reasons. Particularly that file. How could I not have the file? How? You know what happened? I bet you I got the file and then I immediately linked it to Jason. I bet I didn't even think about saving it. Like, how could I be so stupid? How? Alright, someone's in the,
Kitchen. No, that's all. It's so weird to say.
kitten. Well, where'd you go? Alright, let's see. I guess we'll put someone here in the foreground, give some depth to the shot. We'll put Boston.
I only have the vaguest idea of what I'm gonna do for the 2 weeks between the end of this and the beginning of school.
Make the most of it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Probably like dangerous. Somewhere.
I have 200 books in my loft right now that I need to like assess and see if any of them are busted up or anything. But that's a chore I don't really want to take the time with right now. But if I don't do it soon, I won't get my money back for it.
Look, I'll probably read. Probably.
Let's see. Yes, read the new chapter. It's perfect timing. We're about to get lit. It's about to get exciting. I mean, it was already exciting, but it's more exciting now. Just take my word for it. Just trust me.
Exciting. Well, you can see my fan light through my phone. I thought that was it.
What a way to stream.
Yeah.
Oh, someone's here. Someone just knocked on my door.
What?
Criminal? Is there a criminal?
Yeah. Kill the arms. Oh my god. I just had a very terrible thought. Which is maybe we can make a poll that says who will die next.
Who indeed?
Who will die next? Will die next.
Who will die next? That's the alternative title of my comic.
Your turn to die. Werewolf edition.
Okay.
I am actually befuddled. What the hell just happened to my game? I'm positively excused. What an amazing phrase. Please kill it. Pero. Oh my god.
This is gonna be quite the piece. I'm pretty excited about it. Not to be too optimistic, but a big group action dramatic wedding angst scene is like pretty cool in concept, so I cannot.
Wait, I didn't actually see. What are you working on?
Kit has commissioned me, the kind lady that she is, to do an AU scene where that I think is a Maka. I don't know if it's Maka's original. Well. Anyway, it's the alternative universe where Mardava and Jonathan get married, and instead of Prairie Rose, it's like the Sunka attack happens at the wedding instead. So it's a pretty dramatic.
They have the alternate universe.
Pretty dramatic sequence of events it's going to be taking in. It's gonna be fun though. It's gonna be fun to draw. I like me some dramatics. I'm trying to decide if I want Roderick. That's better, I think.
Ow. That hurt. What the hell was that?
I didn't do it.
Barrel. God damn it, Barrel.
What am I doing? I guess Koi could be here too. There's so many mountain men I want to include.
It's all gone somewhere. Yeah, tonight I think I'll just go home like.
Oh?
Today is very routine night. Well, I want to record the first video, then I'll react. Oh my god. Stop that. You little shit.
Let me listen to my video in the background. Actually, I should mute this for everyone's sake. I'm listening to a video about myself, about being a pretentious reader.
That might not suit us or where we happen to be. It doesn't help that when it comes to reading, unlike a lot of other hobbies, there already seems to be this general sense that it's obtuse, especially when it comes to classic books, or that it's something that you require hand-holding through, rather than something that you are perfectly capable of exploring. Since the aesthetic of the reader specifically trades on reading's inaccessibility, this can become a self-reinforcing cycle, and I think that it supports this ultimately really quite destructive idea that people are too stupid to read the classics, which I think is just ridiculous. Alternatively, there are deleterious metrics that I also see being used in reading discourse online that don't particularly relate to snobbery. One example is people focusing on the number of books that they've read, or the number of pages that they read per day. Having particular reading goals in terms of pages or books is something that I unavoidably use in my work, because ultimately, I have deadlines that I want to meet, and that involves planning out a lot of stuff in advance. But I'm highly skeptical of how these metrics are used more broadly. Depending on the book, it could take either 20 seconds or 10 minutes to read a single page. Far more than this if we're talking about things like maths textbooks. And, as we'll come on to in the next section, this metricized approach promotes an attitude whereby reading is something that we want to get done or to be over and done with, rather than a process and an art and a skill that we're trying to enjoy and improve in. But my overall point is that this kind of general value capture can happen with all kinds of activities, not just with reading, and not just with more obviously recognizable metrics. For instance, we might set out to simply satisfy our own curiosity on our learning journey, to use a slightly cringe term, but because looking clever is a visible proxy metric for satisfying curiosity, we end up pursuing that instead to our own detriment. Or this might happen within particular fields. Say that you personally are really interested in the most difficult to untangle kinds of continental philosophy, but because some pretty intelligent but perhaps premature analytic philosopher says that it's nonsense, you decide to not push that any further. In each case, we're using various proxy metrics to try and figure out what we want our learning to look like, and potentially not leaving enough room for our own peculiar and particular interests. Now, you might understandably wonder why I am so focused on people pursuing what is uniquely interesting to them. And of course, there is the more surface level point that they will enjoy it, and, you know, provided we're not talking about work or something like that, I think that enjoyment ought to be pretty close to the forefront of our attention when we're talking about reading. But I also have a different and slightly more selfish motive. If we're all pursuing the same kinds of reading and learning metrics, we're reading from the same list of books, having the same clever-seeming thoughts when reading them, because we've kind of optimized for that, and we're all presenting our ideas in the same way, and then learning the same things as a result, I think we'll also end up thinking in roughly the same way. And I think this will be a complete disaster to the sheer diversity of ideas and thought processes out there. And moreover, I think it can take away from what is so very interesting about coming together and sharing our love on a given book or author or subject. For example, I have a friend of mine who is really into Russian literature, and we share many of the same favourite authors, but we have vastly different takes on them. I read Dostoevsky as a cautious but ultimately unshakable optimist, and he reads him as an outright pessimist. I remember when we both read A Hero of Our Time by Lermontov, and we both had totally different takeaways from the novel. Our discussions would have been a lot less fun, and I think a lot less edifying for both of us, if we'd felt this relentless pressure to think in the same way about the authors involved. It is in the differences that we both learn new things from one another and learn to see these texts and ultimately the world in new ways. But this only works precisely because we are allowing and encouraging differences to flourish there without trying to fit it into a prefigured
Welcome back, kid.
Consider that we're supposed to think. By the way, this is also something.
Also, probably you saw what I said to Honora, right? I said Honora actually holds the title for the first sent fanfic published on AO3.
Oh.
So I said, you take second and I'll take third.
Oh, an honor. Oh, we're getting more. We're getting out there. Oh my god.
I made a tag. We have an official tag on AO3, okay?
You are a hero. You are doing incredible work.
We also have 84 hits, so
Is that the
I
god
hope
thing?
we make it to 100 before.
Oh my gosh. Oh, I gotta announce it. Did I announce it? I don't think I did. I gotta bug people.
Oh my gosh. What the what? This turned into so much more, my gosh.
My piece?
No, the thing that she's drawing.
Oh, who? Nora?
You!
Me? Me.
I was gone and so much more started happening.
Yeah, lots going on.
How do you like my streaming setup?
I like your stream setup. I asked if that was the gacha game you spent $30 on.
50. But anyway.
I tell you! I grabbed you so firmly. When you said $30, I told you that's not gonna be enough. I knew it in my soul.
Man. Let's see.
My goodness.
Yeah, it's getting crowded in here.
$50, tell me.
Bunch of polls, new skin, and the skin for a character I already have 4 skins for, by the way.
Okay.
The skin that you're seeing right now is fucking beautiful. I love it.
I'm looking a second.
Oh, you just missed her ultimate.
Oh,
Sorry, I'm looking at my food. I'm excited for my food.
For you.
ridiculous.
What? For you.
My brother is gonna try the dip that I got, the artichoke spinach dip.
That sounds good. I remember
Yeah.
that being in Dave & Buster's. Looking I remember. They took that shit off,
They gave us custom chips for it. Special chips.
Special troops.
Ooh. The calamari is looking a little dark.
You can give me the calamari if you don't want it.
I'm a little nervous that I'm not gonna like it because there's a lot there. We may have to arrange a pickup. Alright. Oh, they gave me both. Wait, what was the point of asking which one I wanted then? Okay. They gave me both the raspberry and the chocolate sauce for the beignets. Even though
Oh,
it's raspberry.
beignets! Wow!
Oh my god.
I love my blood type.
So for the calamari. They gave me 2 sauces. I don't really know which ones. So it's marinara and something else. Is it like tartar sauce? Alright, let's try this real quick.
Beep. I just mocked my Photoshop sound effect.
Wait, huh?
All right, mutant for the live.
Not big feelings. Not big feelings on the calamari.
Thing that I've really enjoyed about running the reading groups on Substack. It's been lovely hearing all of your thoughts because so often they are so very different to my own. But on a different note, I actually want to end the video by zooming out even further and saying something that I imagine will be a little bit controversial. For the worship of knowledge. This might sound like a weird thing for someone who runs a philosophy-focused channel to say, but I've become increasingly convinced that knowledge, in the way that we often use the term, is a little bit overrated. This isn't because I think that knowing things is bad, but because I think that venerating the state of already knowing something is a bit of a double-edged sword. I think that it prevents us from embracing one of the historically most important philosophical virtues.
Hello, Jack.
And indeed turning.
Fancy seeing you here. Welcome to the stream. I know it's been a minute. Hopefully the stream isn't too out of sync. Hi, it's been too long. As you can see, I'm keeping busy. I'm gonna be honest. You're probably not surprised. After a little bit of too long, I remember last time we chatted, there was another commission on the table, and then time passed, and then I was a little too embarrassed to come crawling back about it. So here we are. I hope you're doing well. I hope your ventures are serving you well. As you can see, I'm keeping at my usual thing, which is making art. Thank you. I didn't forget, but it was more like it's been too long. I'm a little embarrassed. But maybe now that you're here, I'll pop in and say hello and reply to the email. Oh, I did reply, but with an update. Right now, I'm preparing for my big. I have a brew day coming up where my supporters on Discord and readers can hang out with me during the day and do Scent-related hangouts, and I'll be doing assortment of prizes for what is this? What are these layers? Sorry. Anyway, what you been up to lately? Why are there 2 layers of the same thing? Huh. Oh, it's happening! The game show's happening! Really? Good for you. Good for you. Get it done. Wow, show is happening. Wow. Good for you. That would be good. Oh, well, that'll happen. Gotta get it right. Gotta get it right. Gotcha. Why is that on the same layer? Weird. Well, I hope you're learning a lot about directing and managing a team and all that. I'm sure it's really fun to see your pursuits come to fruition. We'll see. That's pretty wild, but yeah, maybe so. I wouldn't mind, and I like any opportunity to give a shout out to the series. I'm almost done with it, by the way. I'm on the last 2 books. I'm on the halfway through the second one. So the second to last one. So not second one, 5th one. So we're all keeping busy, aren't we? Making our Making our dreams reality and all that. Doing our thing. I'm trying to get better every year, so hopefully, I'm curious about how this one's gonna turn out, because it's been a while since I did a big piece of art like this. As you can see, it's quite the setup here. Oh, interesting. Interesting. Well, I hope you're enjoying the role. Cool, cool, cool. Good for you. Well, this just makes me want to cry. is making me want to cry. Let's see. I've been good. I've been busy. You know, trying to finish this series before I die of old age, and trying to do the right thing by it. You know, I started with this idea to do it, but then I was kind of counting on figuring everything else out along the way, and I'm at that stage of, oh yeah, I'm supposed to figure this out. So here we are. Here we are. Oh, that was so sad. Okay, distraction.
Our attention to the shores of our own ignorance.
Actually, the other distraction. Multiple distractions.
And back in a fourth film, finally, technically speaking, Toby. Peter, too, was in Spider-Man No Way Home, and that was the fourth appearance, but he was still a guest in another Spider-Man's movie, to be honest and fair. But Tom Holland's Spider-Man's back for a brand new day, in a brand new day. It is indeed a brand new day, so let's talk about it. So Spider-Man Brand New Day is a new Spider-Man in the Tom Holland Spider-Man continuity, and it does feel like a brand new day. The previous films feel like a very linked trilogy. A trilogy prequel that existed to make Spider-Man Spider-Man in Manhattan. To make him Spider-Man as we know him, and now here we are. It's been a couple years since Doctor Strange and Peter Parker collaborated to brainwash the entire world into forgetting Peter Parker. Doesn't mean he's not still fighting for his friends now, though. And he's having some stuff going on with his powers. This movie really does capitalize the words Spider and Man. Spider because his powers are going on the fritz because of his emotional state. Man because everyone thinks he's fine, but he's just suffering the emotional weight in silence. Now that a new threat looms, we have a new Spider-Man movie. How vague is this review gonna be? There's a whole thing in this movie, otherwise known as the plot of the film, that's wrapped in spoilers, so I can't really talk about it. This is gonna be spoiler-free. Spoiler talk video will be coming later this week, but until then, here are my very vague Spider-Man thoughts. First of all, right out the gate, Tom Holland is carrying this movie as Peter Parker, Spider-Man, and he's in the zone, man. He has this down. Every actor has brought their own energy, their own angle, their own thing to the role of Peter Parker. This is a very emotionally weighty, yeah, that works, I'm rolling with it, a story for Peter Parker. Tom Holland absolutely sells it. It probably helps that he's not going to space, or for the most part dealing with the bigger MCU here. It's very friendly neighborhood Spider-Man here, otherwise known as why people love Spider-Man in the first place. Because that's what this film hits home is, well, it's Spider-Man's life. It's why people connect with Spider-Man. Because we all know deep down there's a difference between the perception of someone and the private weight they actually do carry in their lives. If you feel like you've seen those moments before in Spider-Man, well, you have. In fact, this movie's very close to the inspiration of Raimi's Spider-Man. Spider-Man feels a certain way, his body's manifesting those feelings physically. When he has questions, he goes and talks to an iconic professor of the world. Well, in Spider-Man 2, I guess he went to a random doctor, but later in Spider-Man 3, he went to Dr. Connors. This time around, Bruce Banner. This movie does run into, are these characters in it for a point, or are they in it, specifically in this case, so the Hulk can be in here? A little of both, definitely that second one. The first act to first half of this movie, you can argue the entire movie is this, but for me it was the first half or so, is the most Spider-Man feeling Spider-Man film since Raimi's Spider-Man 2. You got villains out there in costumes. There's no real explanation as to how they have their costumes or their outfits, they're out there. I think that's an advantage that the MCU's given Spider-Man, also the PS4 game. Time was, cinematically speaking, you couldn't have a Spider-Man villain just have their costume and be the villain without a good explanation as to how. Granted, Michael Mando was the character in Spider-Man Homecoming, but he wasn't Scorpion yet. Now he's Scorpion, he has the tail, he has the suit. Don't ask how, don't question it, just go with it. But you do go with it. He's not in the movie that much. He is in the movie far more than Tombstone is. You know what really did work for me in here? Frank Castle and Spider-Man. Dude, they got great chemistry. That is to say, John Bernthal and Tom Holland have great chemistry. It felt like kind of a comic book buddy dynamic at a point, and it works because Frank Castle and Peter Parker have a very different perspective and ideology about criminal and how we deal with that. That works. And as much as there are characters in this movie that aren't in the movie as much as I thought they would be, Frank Castle's actually in the movie more than I thought he'd be. And I'm glad he was. It can be that the characters work because the characters don't feel that they work. And that friction is what makes them work. Yeah, they were great. Give me an entire Frank Castle Spider-Man team-up film in the future. As much as the emotional moments, like there's a lot of emotional strain with Peter Parker and his friends, or his friends who don't remember they were his friends, but he does, that's the painful part. As much as that does lead to some emotional moments that do hit, I do feel they probably could have trimmed some of that and made this movie closer to 2 hours. 2 hours, 25 minutes. Probably didn't need to be that long. There is a post-credit scene. Thing is, it's not a mid-credit scene, it's a post-very end of the credit scene. Is it worth the wait? Not if you want to beat traffic. It does feel like an afterthought. Some of the critics in the auditorium, man, they all but I did hear a couple dudes. I kind of don't blame them. They could have whipped this thing up yesterday to put in the movie, and then sent it out to be on the new digital prints, and that's that. And I believe the reference itself, if I'm seeing it correctly, is really cool. But you would be forgiven if you were like, that put the mid in mid-credit scene. Doesn't really make sense because it is a post-credit scene. What I really do feel in here that I like is that Spider-Man is this optimistic, hopeful hero in New York. And people love it. No Jonah Jameson in this film. This is all positive, except for the emotional turmoil he's dealing with. In terms of public perception, though, some things that didn't really land for me are wrapped up in spoilers.
Sugar.
But as for right now, I thought Spider-Man Brand New Day was a fun Spider-Man. That vibe of a friendly neighborhood Spider-Man that I feel this movie does re-inject into Spider-Man's world. It's a little too long, but all in all, I had myself a really good time with Spider-Man Brand New Day, no alcohol required. Alright, so Spider-Man Brand New Day, have you seen it? What?
That doesn't sound like a
But in a few days, that question won't feel so
unshakable review.
Or what's your favorite Spider-Man movie? Or you can rank them.
You go up for logo, and they want to send games to the game show top. Wizards Challenge. I got just a deduction game show. It's Wizards solely because I know how long my beard that I dressed up as a wizard. I would love to do the logo with you, Jack. You have my email, so just shoot over the details, and I will sketch up a response and a design and see what you think. I'll sketch up a few. And I would love that. Heck yeah. I'm always up for commissions. It's great. I am not very good at that's not true. I'm always up for commissions. Let's say that. They're good for me. I appreciate them. I still love doing commissions. They're very good because lately my life has been like very largely built around working on selling my books, which is great, a great thing to be able to do, but it's a bit expensive to do because you have to pay to get into the cons, you have to pay for the product, and it's not quite a commission level of reasonable income. So I always need to be keeping an eye out for commission. So yeah, send me what you got, send me any details about the wizard design, maybe some inspirations, and I will try and quickly come up with some clever concepts. So the title, maybe if you want the title with the logo, if you just want a logo, all those details would be great. And I'll just do a bunch of sketches and hopefully get all the bad ideas out of there.
Unashamedly admitting to and reveling in. To illustrate this, I want to explore a story by the Argentinian writer Jorge Luis Borges, which I first came across in Lowry Presley's book The Right to Oblivion, and has since become one of my favourite short stories. It follows a young man, Ireneo Funes, who was thrown from his horse and became paralysed. But in the process, he gained this quasi-magical ability to remember everything he has ever seen, or read, or felt, or thought in perfect detail. As the narrator of the tale puts it, we, at one glance, can perceive 3 glasses on a table. Funes, all the leaves and tendrils and fruit that make up a grapevine. He knew by heart the forms of the southern clouds at dawn on the 30th of April, 1882, and could compare them in his memory with the mottled streaks on a book in Spanish binding he had only seen once. Funes himself seems ambivalent about this power. He compares himself favourably to some of the people around him, saying that they are asleep and he is awake, but he also refers to his limitless memory as a garbage dump. When a lot of people read the story, they're struck by both the extraordinary nature of Funes' gift and also its strangely sterile feel. There is a sense, and I don't think it's an unjustified one, that Funes' life is a little bit flat, and that this flatness is directly related to his gifts. To again quote the narrator of the story, I suspect, however, that he was not very capable of thought. To think is to forget differences, generalize, make abstractions. In the teeming world of Funes, there were only details, almost immediate in their presence. When Presley looks at the story, he focuses on the element of forgetting, how Funes' world is deprived of dark corners and felt depth. However, I want to focus instead on how it illustrates the sterility of already knowing something. When I was younger, and I was imagining, as I think isn't unusual for a young child, what wishes I would make to a sufficiently genial genie, for a long time one of them was, I wish that I knew everything. There's still a part of me that really desires this state, the state of already knowing all things. But as I've got older, and this has only been reinforced by reading this story, I've kind of soured.
Let's just link to the first pilot. I'll send a link to the first pilot, which is best to use.
It's feeling like I'm understanding the world a little bit better than I did.
It's just I think it's the same as before. tgdraw@me.com. The OG. I haven't changed emails or anything. That should work. I need to go delete a bunch of emails. I'm currently stressing a little because I accidentally deleted or never saved a very valuable file of a 3D model I bought a couple years ago, and I hadn't thought to re-grab it since its making, and I guess anyway, so it's been that's a little concerning. I'm hoping that the modeler will get back with me and that all will be well, but we'll see. We'll see. I'm excited to get to work on it. Always a pleasure, always fun.
This time the previous day. And as in so many things, the end result is largely an excuse to go through what I actually take joy from, which is the process. What I really desire, when push comes to shove, is a continual, never-ending process of discovery. The state of knowing everything and focusing on what's already known and having already achieved bits of knowledge is actually antithetical to what I want to get out of what I read or what I experience. And when I think about so much of our current attitude to reading and our reading discourse, I'm struck by how little of it is about the activity of reading at all. It's instead about having already read things. We ask one another, have you read this or have you read that? And yes, part of why I find this irritating is because I suspect that it's being used as an identity marker, as we've already discussed, but I also think that there's something deeper here. This whole attitude of focusing on what you've already read is turning our attention to the least exciting part of reading. Surely the most thrilling aspect of the endeavor is the reading itself, and having read something is almost a byproduct of this. To hone in specifically on the classics, one of the most famous definitions of a classic book comes from Italo Calvino, and it's this: the classics are the books of which we usually hear people say, I am rereading, and never, I am reading. This at least happens among those who consider themselves very well read. It doesn't hold good for young people at the age when they first encounter the world, and the classics as a part of that world. Obviously this is a slightly tongue-in-cheek definition, but it does really relate to Calvino's overall observation about classic books, which is that we can return to them over and over again and seemingly discover new nooks and crannies and sometimes whole side streets of richness and meaning that we hadn't come across before. Take Albert Camus' novel The Plague, which is a personal favourite of mine. I've read it 3 times, and each time there was something new that was highlighted, it was brought to the fore over again and seemingly discover new nooks and crannies and sometimes whole side streets of richness and meaning that we hadn't come across before. Take Albert Camus' novel The Plague, which is a personal favourite of mine. I've read it 3 times, and each time there was something new that was highlighted, it was brought to the forefront even if I wasn't noticing it for the first time. The first time I read it, I really focused on the false sense of security that was held by the people of Iran and how quickly they returned to their willful blindness when, spoiler alert, the plague was over. The second time it was the journey of Raymond Rambert and his gradually evolving sense of humanistic solidarity. The third time, the thing that really leapt out at me was the theme of friendship, and specifically the friendship that emerged between Dr. Ryu and Taru. The issue that I have with focusing on what we've already read, especially and kind of mostly when it comes to these specific books that are considered classics, is that these are the books, more than any other, that I think that we're never really done with. If I read The Plague a 4th time, I have no doubt that I would find yet more things that weren't highlighted the other 3 times that I read it. I mean, hell, people spend their entire lives doing the equivalent of, like, deep-sea diving with works like the Iliad and the Aeneid, and they still get to their deathbed convinced that there is more to find. So great is the richness of these works, and none of this is captured when we focus on what we've already read and what we already know. So let's revisit that tweet from the beginning of the video, because in many ways I really do think that it illustrates everything that I don't like about the ways in which we discuss reading today. First of all, it is using books as a proxy measure for the whole of someone's character and being, in my view, unreasonably snobbish in the process. Secondly, it attempts to divide a sharp line between readers and non-readers and use that as a kind of hard identity marker. Thirdly, it loses sight of reading itself, becoming value captured by a certain aesthetic. And fourthly, and maybe most importantly, it treats these authors like a checklist of people to be done with, rather than what I think reading at its best can be, which is an inexhaustible process of learning, discovery, understanding, and enjoyment, where we don't think of books as items we have finished, but as something like resting until we have the chance to pick them up again, or until someone else picks them up and helps us realize what we might have missed. This is ultimately why I don't like the way we talk about reading now, and I hope that over the course of this video, I've at least given some indication for a slightly more positive route forwards. This has been a slightly different video to some of the other ones I've done. My thoughts haven't been as organized, but yeah, I kind of just wanted to blurt this out there into the void. But if you are searching for somewhere to get started with the classics, then I do have a list of more accessible ones right here. Though, I hasten to add, please do not get value captured by my list. It is just a flavour palette of some works that I've enjoyed and think that others will enjoy as well. Thank you so much for watching, and have a wonderful day.
Yosh, made it through the video. Good video. Ah. I've been trying to make it through the Blackfeet Indian stories. It's a little bit of a... It's one of those things where, like, I think it's helpful to, like, have the stories in my mind. But they're not exactly the most, like, exciting stories. It's like it's like me trying to read Aesop's Fables. It's like, I know this is valuable, but, you know, I'm gonna listen to this sad music again. It builds so well is what I'm trying to think. So sad. My feelings. My feelings. Let's go back. No, wrong. Hang on. Where is it? Oh, what could have been? Let's just be sad. Let's vibe. Oh, it's so beautiful. Sheesh. It's so beautiful. Sheesh. Oh, hello, Minnie. Welcome to the stream. Guess we'd be sad now. Oh, I just realized. Ah! YouTube's gonna kick my butt. Oh no. I'm in so much trouble. YouTube, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Oh, I forgot that YouTube gets all my case about music. I'm gonna be banned forever. I was playing the most copyrighted music ever. Arcane, are you kidding me? Man, but it's a vibe. That's it. I want to stop streaming on YouTube so I can listen to music and then Twitch can just mute it. Why YouTube is such a butt about it is very frustrating. Just mute it. They're so. I love you, YouTube. You're amazing, but give me a break. Let me enjoy things. Get me in trouble every time I play a halfway copyrighted music. Just mute it. It's not like anyone's coming on here to listen to the songs. The quality is so bad. No, the live stream's fine at the moment, but YouTube will eat me alive for playing. I can't just mute YouTube. I mean, I guess I could stop YouTube and then start again. Yeah, surprise me, Lou. We're doing something a little different today. Don't worry, kid. The stained glass will be better later. Not for now. It's not that I don't have any problem with deleting it. I have no problem with them deleting the live stream. My concern is actually over you know, what am I doing here? Over getting copyright struck and then banned from making streams. It's not really about this particular stream. It's just a matter of them catching me later. Right now, I'm challenging myself with some composition issues here, and also coloring. I wanted the ground to be like It's tough because my initial design is that this will be. And here's the thing. I want to play the music because that adds to the vibes, right? But because I want to be sad, right? We want to enjoy the sadness. We want to embrace the feelings. It's tough because the foreground and background are a little bouncing around with each other. Because, alright, do I want to try, for the sake of Twitch, do I want to, oh! What was that? Did you hear that? Tell you what, maybe it's best. Hey, you can hop over on Twitch if you'd like. I'm gonna just go ahead and just say bye to YouTube for now, because I am afraid I'm going to get in trouble. They'll never let me upload anything ever again. So, Jack, I'll look for a text from you. If you want to join over on Twitch, that's great. But I'm going to take a stop on YouTube for now, because I want to vibe.